We're proud to bring you this live presentation on Racer TV of the 50th anniversary of the Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series, presented by Specialized, an AM8 National Championship. 50 years of world premier off-road racing. 50 years of battling the gnarliest woods racing on the planet. It's time to start a new chapter. The next 50 years starts now.
Years of racing GNCC, and it all started in Davis, West Virginia with the Blackwater 100. And here we are 50 years later as we pay tribute to the Blackwater 100 with the Snowshoe GNCC. And it has already been a historical season. Grant Davis of the XC2, your points leader coming into today. But today, no luxury of a time adjustment. He will start row number one with the man who is out in front with 2 career Snowshoe wins, Ben Kelly. All of that and more starts right here, right now on RacerTV.com. Are you ready to go GNCC Racing? Craig DeLong, Johnny Gerard, mano y mano.
I think if Johnny can maybe send it around the outside like he's trying to do there.
Look at that. That is a full XC1.
Is this a NASCAR race?
Absolutely a sensational. When things get tough, look out for Jordan Ashburn.
Racing dirt bikes, it's a lifestyle. It's something where every single choice you make sets you on the path to how you're going to succeed or perform. You live this every second of the day.
Stu hauling the mail.
Stu is one of the most gritty riders out there.
Johnny out front, Caleb pushing as hard as he can.
This is everything they have. That was a battle.
That was a hell of a ride by both of those men.
Like he's got a cougar on the back of the bike.
Stu Baylor taking the inaugural Talladega GNCC win. Been doing a great job, extremely patient, extremely intelligent out there, even in the heat of battle, and it's paying off for him right now.
2 wins in a row for King Kelly.
Overall leader Grant Davis, as well as your physical leader out on the course.
Checkers are records, and Grant Davis comes out on top. Your overall winner on corrected time and physically.
3 hours is a long time. 3 hours of racing is gnarly.
I know I can show up, and I know I can win on any given week.
Snowshoe GNCC, 50 years of racing GNCC. It has already been a historical season, a historical race. The Snowshoe GNCC, Johnny, where we pay tribute to the Blackwater 100 that started it all for us 50 years ago.
Yeah, 50 years ago, the Blackwater 100, Dave Coombs kicked off this crazy event that nobody thought, I shouldn't say nobody, he knew it would go somewhere.
That's true, yes.
And then it's turned into this big, traveling circus of GNCC racers, 10 months a year, it seems like, on the road, 13 events, and it's huge. It all started from, just this one little event in Davis, West Virginia, stone's throw from here at Snowshoe Mountain. Actually had the opportunity several times as a child to go to Davis to experience the Highway 93 water crossing, starting on the road right into the first river crossing. So much hype and a lot of those vibes this weekend here on top of Snowshoe Mountain.
That is what it's all about. But hey, before we get into that and the history that is behind this race, we want to talk last race. We said it has been a historical season, let alone just the fact that it's 50 years. That makes it historical, right? But Grant Davis, this young man sitting in the XC2 class. For those that maybe just tune into the Snowshoe, maybe the bigger races for us, this is not a fluke, folks. Do not adjust your television screens. He has been sensational. He's got overall wins. He's got physical overall wins. And most importantly, Johnny, he comes into this weekend with the points lead over the factory KTM ride of Ben Kelly.
Mikey, honestly, here in 2025, talking about Grant Davis, it's not just the fact that he's in the points lead on the strength of coming off of a win. It's the entirety of the season of 2025 for Grant Davis so far. He's come in, honestly, been the most consistent rider throughout the season. He's been on the box almost every race. He's grabbed the wins. He's been on top, and it's just absolutely crazy how rock solid he's been. And keep in mind, we're talking about an XC2 rider.
That's right.
He's supposed to be a kid that makes mistakes. The established guard are the ones that have been making the mistakes, and Grant Davis has just been, you can't say enough, impressive, phenomenal, mind-blowing. It's just been a great 2025 for Grant Davis.
It's been fun to watch. We're not shocked at this point. We've come to expect it, but hey, you've heard enough from us. We want to get it from the horse's mouth. We had a chance to catch up with the young playboy Grant Davis prior to today's race.
I expected myself to be in the fight for sure, but to be, well, this is the 9th round of the year, and be 4 points in the overall lead right now is pretty insane, honestly. Like, I'm pretty pumped on myself. I've been working hard this year, and I ain't giving up. I know that. I'm going to keep fighting, and hopefully I can get another one today and just keep it going for the rest of the year and hopefully bring this championship home.
All right, so a very confident young man, Grant Davis. There is no doubt about that. Johnny, he doesn't have, I'll use air quotes, the luxury. Again, he's had physical overall wins, so I don't know if we really even take into account the time adjustment that he's had. But today, there is no time adjustment. He's on row 1 with the man in second, Ben Kelly.
Absolutely. You know, there's no time adjustment between those two. We're still going to have that coming into play potentially with some other riders. But, yeah, it's a mano-a-mano battle. 1 and 2 in points, 4 points separating them. And Ben Kelly is absolutely wanting to grab this win today to go into that 2-month summer break with the peace of mind of, hey, I'm on top, I've got the lead, and I just got to hold this kid off for 4 more races.
That's it. Ben Kelly knows a thing or two about pressure. He's a former XC2 champion. He's a former XC1 champion. He's made the comeback from a serious injury, and he's in the fight this year. So I got to think ice in his veins, no panic button, but we wanted to get his thoughts coming into today's race as well.
So the year's been good. Led the overall championship a long time until this last round. Grant Davis got me. It's been good, though. He's only got me by 1 point, and so far it's been a lot of racing the ghost of Grant Davis, but here at Snowshoe we're going to be starting on the front row, so I'm excited for that. We'll actually be able to battle head-to-head and kind of less to think about, I guess. Yeah, it's been good. A lot of battles with a lot of different guys this year, and yeah, coming into Snowshoe, I'm excited. I'm pumped. It's a good track for me. Last 2 times I've raced here, I've won the overall, so hopefully keep that streak going.
Well, obviously, Ben Kelly, focused, primed, ready for today. I think we're in for a good battle. And, Johnny, we talk about history. This is a big topic of conversation on the four-wheel side for Saturday. Adam McGill, Walker Fowler. Walker has the most wins on the ATV side with 5. But, boy, there's some guy that we have called the GOAT on Sundays who comes into Snowshoe. 7 career wins on Snowshoe Mountain.
Yeah, pretty crazy to think that Caleb Russell has won up here 7 times in conditions that, honestly, I wouldn't consider to be his wheelhouse. But, he's made it work. He's won up here 7 times. Coming in on, the strengths of some good rides earlier in the season, but definitely not the finishes he's been looking for as of late. We'll see what he's able to get done here today, but he's not the only former winner. Obviously, Ben Kelly with 2 wins up here. Jordan Ashburn himself having a win. Very good in these conditions.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of riders are going to be throwing in their hat in the ring to get themselves on that list here today for sure.
Everybody wants a piece of it, and we've got the time adjustments all over the place. Just keeping track of scoring in this race is a challenge in itself, Johnny.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about it yesterday. If you were tuned in with us on the ATV day, it's going to be the same today. Guys, there's going to be times where on screen you're going to see a pack of 5-6 riders, and in reality, the guy that's in first may be in fourth, the guy that's in sixth may be in first. So we'll keep you up to date on those time adjustments. It's all in the computer. We'll be checking it out, but it is a unique race. So bear with us here.
That's
just a little bit of extra excitement because we're not going to be able to call the winner of this one or even the podium until maybe a minute or 2 after it's all said and done because of those time adjustments. It's going to be exciting.
That much more exciting. Love it. You've heard enough from us. You've heard from some riders. We want to see what these guys are going to be facing as far as the track goes. So for that, we'll throw it down to Jackson Burrell, who stands by with our trail boss, Jared Bolton, for a Yamaha racing track description.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with trail boss Jared Bolton. Jared, as we make our return here to Snowshoe Mountain Resort, what can we expect out in the trails?
Well, of course, you can expect what Snowshoe always throws at you. There's the mud, there's the rocks, there's those roots that look pretty good, but they're actually even slicker than the rocks, so it's a challenge. This place is probably the most demanding race of the year and definitely the most technical. There's some places that can rival it a little bit, but by and far, this is the toughest, most unique race we do all year.
Well, Jared, I know we are paying homage here to the Blackwater 100. I know we got some things coming up this week. What can we expect with that?
Yeah, of course, we start right here on Snowshoe Drive, just like the Blackwater did, 50 years ago. And that all started just a couple hours from here, less than a couple hours as the crow flies. It's only about 30 miles in a straight shot, but, West Virginia mountains, it's a little zigzaggy, takes a couple hours to get there. But Davis, West Virginia, and guess what? Tomorrow, we're going back to Davis. If you're watching and you're local, you want to come out, bring your bike out. They're going to line up on Main Street just like they did for the Blackwater all those years ago. You're going to get a picture. Todd Huffman and the guys that are doing the Blackwater documentary for us, they're going to be there to capture it all. It's going to be an awesome tribute to the Blackwater. Great way to celebrate 50 years.
There we got it, guys. Back up to you.
All right, folks, there you have it. Thanks to Jackson Burrell and Jared Bolton out there giving us that Yamaha racing track description. We've seen what these riders are in for. We know what they're going to face. And right now, already, we've got several hundred motorcycles lined up right in the middle of Snowshoe Drive, right through the village. You got a Starbucks and high-end restaurants, and now we got dirt bikes making noise. They're getting ready to take off, but first we're going to have to let our man Mikey Waynes head down there, do the 10-second call, and we are going to bring you all the racing action live on Racer TV right after this.
Everywhere but the seat. The seat is leather.
Alan, we get it. You love your bike. We do too.
That's why we're America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
But do you have to wedge it into everything?
What? Don't do that. This reminds me of my bike. The Wolf was about the size of my new motorcycle. Have you seen it, by the way? Happy birthday, Grandma!
Really?
Look how the brushstrokes follow the line of the gas tank.
Hey!
Hey! Brought my +1. Jamie.
Every generation believes they've invented the best way. With age comes wisdom. We've come to realize that every piece of knowledge is learned, passed down from those generous and patient enough to teach.
Bogging off the bottom. Let's take a look.
Legacy. It's not about leaving something behind to be remembered by. It's realizing that the future lies within the next generation.
Let's call it a night. All right.
The nature of true progress is humbly building something bigger than yourself. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. This is our legacy.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
Progressive GNCC Racing is brought to you by Progressive. Progressive could save you hundreds of dollars on your automobile and motorcycle insurance. Specialized e-turbo bicycles. It's you, only faster. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Snowshoe GNCC. It's the finale of a great weekend. You finally brought a sunny and dry weekend to the mountains of West Virginia, so we appreciate that. You know, GNCC Racing has a long history in the high country of West Virginia, and here at Snowshoe, we are honored to continue that tradition. So we want to wish GNCC Racing a happy 50th birthday. And it's also our 50th birthday, so we're like a brother from another mother. So we appreciate all of you visiting us this weekend. Come back and visit us throughout the summer. Come back and visit us in the wintertime. Have a safe trip home, and we will see you next year.
I always hold my breath when I go to that meeting that they're not going to let us back. But I will tell you, we've asked you to behave. We ask you to look out for one another. We ask you not to tear this place up. And the report this morning was that they had less damage to the hotels than ever before. And that is a testament. That is a testament to you and keeping an eye on one another. And let's have good, clean, family fun. Now, tomorrow, we are going to Davis, West Virginia to celebrate the 50th running of the Blackwater 100, of the 50 years of the Blackwater 100. If you are coming to Davis, we would love to have you. Bring your motorcycle, bring your friends, and we're going to celebrate the birthplace of GNCC. Davis is a small village. Be mindful of the neighbors. We are going to, we ask that you don't show up until after 10 a.m. And at noon, we're going to start lining up on the main street and out on 219, stay up against the sidewalk until it's time to close that road. And then we're going to line up and we're going to start those engines and we're going to let them rev one more time. We're going to let the first 3 or 4 rows go across the bridge as if they were starting. And we have some legends. We have many of the riders that have won the Blackwater. In fact, Kevin Lavoie is here with us this weekend. He won the first one in 1975, and he has the bike that he won it on. And that will be on that starting line. So that'll be very special. And then afterwards, we're going down to Riverfront Park. Carrie has bought all the pizzas in Davis, West Virginia. We're going to have pizzas and drinks, and we are going to do a tremendous amount of bench racing and love on each other as GNCC faithful. So please come and join us. Before we get started today, as we do at every race, let's get into an attitude of prayer as our very own Ricky Towery is going to give us our pre-race invocation.
Thank you, Tim. Hey, let's go to the Lord. Let's have a word of prayer together. Heavenly Father, once again, thank you for bringing us all together safely to such a beautiful place. When you look across these mountains, what you've done for us, we thank you for that and all the other things you do for us each and every day. Lord, watch over these riders this afternoon. Keep them safe. Let them go out there and have a good time. We do thank you for the Snowshoe family, for letting us use this property, Lord. Continue to bless that family and watch over them. And our military men and women, Lord, the ones that serve in the day and the ones that served in the past, it's because of them that we're standing out here on top of this mountain able to do what we're doing. Thank you for each and every one of them. Continue to bless us and watch over us. Lord, we just thank you for all the blessings you give us every day. I got a special prayer request. I wish you'd watch over the racer production crew this summer. They don't take a break, Lord. They just keep on going. Be with them and let them have a safe summer and a good summer. Lord, we just thank you once again for watching over us. When it's over with today, we're going to start heading down the road going home. Take us all home safely so that one day we'll get back together like this right here and we'll have some more fun. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. And now, keep those hats off and stand at attention. And for the last actions of last evening, it is a reminder that our country is always under attack and that freedom is not free. And so today, let's make it special. As you murmur the words of our national anthem, listen to those words as they tell a story of the birthplace of the greatest nation on the planet. Would you please join singing as we honor America?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? whose broad stripes and bright stars. Through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
All right. We are just about ready to set it off now. But first, we want to introduce our top riders out of row number 1 and row number 2. Riding down Snowshoe Drive first, your points leader, a history-making season. He's out of the XC2 Pro class. Say hello to the 922 out of Pennsylvania, riding aboard the FMF Factory Racing Landers KTM, Grant Davis. Rolling down the line next, the 530, a rider out of Connecticut, riding aboard the Factory FMF Red Bull Racing KTM, Ben Kelly. Up next, the number 35, a rider out of Australia, riding aboard the FMF Factory Racing Landers KTM, Angus Reardon. Up next, the 990 out of Sterling, Illinois, riding aboard the Phoenix Racing Honda, Cody Barnes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, your top riders out of row number 2. Rolling down Snowshoe Drive next, the 198 rider out of New Zealand, riding aboard the Ampro Yamaha, Liam Draper. Up next, the 557. He has 7 career Snowshoe overall wins under his belt out of Boonville, North Carolina, riding aboard the Ampro Yamaha, Caleb Russell. Up next, the 342 out of Waynesburg, Pennsylvania, riding aboard the Rockstar Energy Factory Racing Husqvarna, Craig DeLong. Up next, the number 8 rider out of North Carolina, riding aboard the Phoenix Racing Honda. Say hello to Mike Wachowski. And last but certainly not least, representing our top 10 coming in here to today, the 206 out of Hickory, North Carolina, riding aboard the Rocky Mountain Red Bear Team Green Kawasaki, Josh Toe. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your top 10 riders in accordance to points coming in here to today. Big shout out also to the 514 out of Hodges, South Carolina, on that Rocky Mountain Red Bear Team Green Kawasaki of Stu Baylor. And we are just about ready to let it go.
Sweep is a couple of minutes away from being in. And in the meantime, turn the microphone back over to our event director, Mr. Tim Cotter. Tim?
Hey, we're going to come over and talk to Stu Baylor. Full transparency, Sweep's still about 2 miles out, Stu, so tell us what you're thinking today.
Man, this has been the one place that's eluded me. I've got to win on every property GNCC races on aside from this mountain, so I don't know what I'm thinking, but I know I need to win.
Well, you were behaved last night. You're ready to go.
Absolutely. We capped it off singing Wagon Wheel. We made a show down at Howard's Hole. Man, this crowd here, the Snowshoe crowd, just cannot be matched. I understand why GNCC was started not far from here and why this tribute to the Blackwater.
All right, America's toughest race, Stu Baylor on his way to the starting grid. And again, it's not a perfect science, folks. And our team is out there trying to clear the racetrack right now. And we are about 2 miles away from Sweep being in. And we cannot start until Sweep gets in. Once Sweep gets in, they have to switch some databases around. They got to make sure the track is now contiguous and get our road closed down. So we are on a bit of a delay. Those men and women for Racer Productions and our track crew are working tirelessly out there all over Snowshoe Mountain. So we're excited to get started, but we are just a few moments away from being able to do that. Howard's Hole is open. If you want to make your trek to Howard's Hole, you go up towards the start of the race and you bear left, and you'll see the pilgrimage going to Howard's Hole. But let me tell you this. When you're out in the woods at a GNCC race, you're at a live racetrack, and there is no fence around the racetrack. It's up to you to understand your whereabouts, where you should be or perhaps where you shouldn't be. And when you cross a racetrack on your way to Howard's Hole or wherever you may be going, use extreme caution. You can be standing on the side of the track and you can see the motorcycle coming and you say to yourself, oh, I can make that. These are the fastest riders in the world. Use extreme caution when you cross the racetrack. If you're going down into Howard's Hole, be prepared. You have to be hardy as you know it. But basically anywhere on this racetrack, you have to be hardy. Be aware of your surroundings and aware of your footing as you traverse over top of this mountain. The Lord has blessed us with a tremendous day, a beautiful sunshiny day, as we celebrate 50 years of GNCC racing. This year, in our 50th year to celebrate, we have commissioned a movie. It's a documentary called Blackwater the Movie, and Todd and team are here. Where are they? Here's some of these guys. You'll see the crew's video. Just know that you may be on the movie. There was a disclaimer as you came in that says, hey, I understand there's a movie. So if you're here with someone that you may not want everyone to know, I would avoid those cameras. Just keep that in mind. 50 years of racing. Now, those of you that are racing, I encourage you to go to our website and look at your class name. If your class name has an asterisk beside it, you win your class, we're going to take you on a cruise. Now, think about that. That's going to be like the big redneck cruise. And we are going from Miami down into the Bahamas in December 5, 6, and 7. We are going to aboard the ship, and our champions in those particular classes are going to go with us. You're welcome to come along. Keep an eye on the website. We're going to give you more information on how you can book your cruise and go along with us this December. The banquet. More than likely, the banquet, we haven't put the date on the calendar yet, but it is going to be in early January. It will not be in early December like traditional times. That's when we're going to go on the cruise. I'm guessing it's going to be the first couple of weeks of January that we will be having our banquet. And those are always a good time where we get together and celebrate our accomplishments at GNCC Racing. As always, Racer TV is on. After you've spent your weekend at Snowshoe, I encourage you to go back and log on to Racer TV and watch the race again from Snowshoe. You might just find yourself in the crowd, and you're going to see areas of the racetrack that you didn't even know existed. 12 miles of West Virginia terrain around this racetrack. All right, they tell me that sweep is in, so it's going to take a few minutes here to make the changes. I'm listening in on radio comms with sweep and our command center under the direction of Melissa Holbert, our chief scorer. And as soon as we get the green light that the databases have been changed and the course markings have been changed for this race, we will be underway. So just bear with us. One moment, we can hear the chatter for checkpoint 1 has now checked in. Checkpoint 1 is checked in. Checkpoint 2 now is checked in. Timing and scoring has checked in. Medical is ready for the race. And Snowshoe GNCC, we have one more question. Are you ready to go GNCC racing? We are ready to go. Ricky Towery, onto your perch. And let's get the 50th year of GNCC racing this June date, the birth date of 50 years ago. And Ricky Towery heading up to give us the green flag.
Ricky Towery makes his way up Snowshoe Drive for the last time this weekend with his personal bodyguard, Griff Cotter, to his right-hand side. Folks, last race of the weekend, I want you to get so damn loud they hear you all the way in California, okay? Ricky Towery looks down to row number 1. He steps forward and he lets our riders know 1 minute. 1 minute until we're ready to go Snowshoe GNCC racing. Blue flag waves, live engine start, and we are ready to roll in 10 seconds for row number 1. Angus Reardon, Stu Baylor, Ben Kelly, Grant Davis, and Cody Barnes. And it's the 5-1-4. Oh, no. Grant Davis out in front, row number 2. Mike Wachowski, Liam Draper, Josh Toth, Craig DeLong, and Caleb Russell. Row number 3, Jordan Ashburn, Josh Strang, Ricky Russell, Nick DeFeo, and Joe Cunningham. Row number 4, Brody Johnson, Gavin Simon, and Chase Landers. Row number 5, our rider visiting us from the JNCC, Kazuto Yano, Grant Baylor, Jesse Ansley, and Bad Thad Duval. Row number 6 now, Toby Cleveland, Kenneth Held, and Jack Walker. Oh, little sideways right there for Toby Cleveland. Good recovery. Row number 8, Hunter Bush and Dakota DeVore. Row number 9 coming up next, XC3 125s, James Simpson, Isaiah Brown, Rayleigh Messer, James Jenkins, and Jason Crawford. Row number 10, off and roll and make some noise for the solo man. That's Jonathan Johnson. Row number 12, 250A, Lane Whitmer and Hunter Smith. Hunter Smith out in front in that one. Row number 13, Colton Shields, Ryan Piper, Will Stephen Piper, and Caleb Baltimore. Row number 14, 250A, Collier Martinez. Coming up next, Open A. Row number 15, Samuel Evans, Trevor Hewlin, Cole Whitmer, and Keenan Robb. Out in front, the 036 of Samuel Evans.
Row number 16 now, Keeper Galliano, Van Adams, Ty Ely, Taylor Grossman, Logan Boyer, Tyler Hamrick, and Hayden Jones. Row number 17, TJ Brown, Dylan De La Cruz, and Sean Myers Jr. Row number 19 now, Rivers Morris, Lane Smith, Caleb Wood, SDW, and Owen Barnes. That's your 4-stroke A lights. Row number 20, Joshua Connor, Ryan Amancio, Braden Baisley, Tucker Kinry, Brody Amos, Briar Menace, and Jigs Bustini. Row number 21 now, Logan Pellegrini, Bryce Woodrum, Tyler Shields, Bodie Wallner, Wiley Tucker, and Austin Sakanikas. Row number 22, Brady Beerbaum, 4-stroke A lights out there, Trevor Jones, Brady Weimer, Olin Daniels, and Tyler Divertolo. Row 23, Russell Smith, Joshua Thack, Corey Jordan, and Andrew Boggs. Nice recovery right there. Row number 24, Sean Cochran, Wyatt Ford, Justin Murphy, Logan Robinette, Caleb Hagan, Aaron Higgins, and Braden Moore. Hold, hold, hold. Rider down right up to the first turn. It's the 217 on the machine. Back up on 2 wheels. Here we go. Row number 25. Good save right there. Michael Jarosco, Danny Holt, and Gregory Funk. Who's got the funk? Gregory's got the funk. Row 26, 6, bet A, 30 plus, easy. Daniel Darrows, James Arnold, Nick Mellinger, Freddie Stefancic, Josh Gretko, Mario Tonchev, Ethan Waddell, Deshaun Horton, Nick Toskin, Seth Bevington, and Jeremiah Gregory. Row 28, 150A, Colby Goodman, Ryder Siggety, Joe Shriver, and Braden Hashman. Row 29, Michael Meyer, Jack Whalen, Davin Scheich, Thomas Norton, Cade Stats, and Easton Uplinger. Row 31 now, Senior A, 40 plus, Frank Messina, Pete Pedruti, Fernando Pino, Joe Marsh, and Miss Leno Batista. Row 32 now, Wayne Skidmore, Chad Lever, Sean Jackson, Bo Hamlet, Tom Truxell, Bernard Lanigan, and Darren Darmos. One rider down, the 733 back up on the machine. And here we go, row number 33, the last of our Senior A, 40 plus, Ryan Lane, David Garst, and Matt Sorgi. 250B coming up next, row number 34, Devin Moore, Lennox Riley, Brandon Bailey, Dylan McDonald, Mason Sakanikas. As the 079 of Devin Moore goes down, all good in the hood. He says, I'm good, Big John. Climbs back upon his noble steed and rides. Row 35, Michael Sturrock, Samuel Tessner, Casey Turner, Matthew Grossman, Peyton Robinson, and Philip Likens. Row number 36 now, still in our 250B class, Billy Durham, Alessandro Lucas, Raymond Rines, Brandon Slotzer, Luke Matz, Dakota Williams, and Charlie Watson. Row 37, Nate Garrison, Mark Cole, Davey Souza, Colton Painter, and Jamison Bulliard. Row number 38, Blake Freiberger, Colton Selby, Dylan Fleming, Cohen Bunch, Aiden Manchik, and Logan Raniger. Last of our Open B here, Cody Harging, Samuel Oyster, and Luke Thurfield. Coming up next, 4-stroke B lights. Row number 42, Joseph Shalot, Carlo Clary, Owen James, Preston Horton, Spencer Knight. Smooth right there for the 501 Owen James. Row number 43, Randall Covington, Matt Gray, and Kid Norris. Row number 44, Nico Pursuti, Levi Wilkins, and Charlie Simpson. The 4-3-7. Levi Wilkins out in front. Row number 45. Gabriel Jimenez, Hawk right. Braden Lewis, and Gage Selby. One rider down. Here they come. Coming in hot. Slow, slow, slow. Back up on 2 wheels. Let her eat. I believe this is row 46. Tommy Mears, Davin Hall, Nick Lobby. Let's see, the 188 in the mix. That was row 47 there. Row 48, Cody Johnson, Clinton Calloway, Jonathan Bottomy, Matthew Sayson, Cruz Johnson, and Dylan Davis. Row 49, Senior B, 40 plus, Larry Hopper, Brandon Black, Aaron McAfee, Chris Hart, and Jeremy Nance. 469, Chris Hart having some troubles. Here we go. Row number 50, Brendan Hagan, Philip Salon, Jared Hall, Jason Corbin, Graham Helwig, and Gregory Davidson. Row number 51 now, Jason Cottrell, Timothy Wood, and Nick Frady. Nick Frady out in front. Leaves the inside open. Row 52, Hunter Purdue, Austin Belaska, Zach Weaver, Walker Hashman, and Billy Saliga. Row 53, Zach Cummins, Zachary Anginello, Judson Bogus, Dustin Anderson, Alex Stoner, and Quentin Clark. Row 54, Colton Broadwater, Jaden Schlegel, Dylan Kinsell, and Noah Mars. And that, ladies and gentlemen, and I think Judd Poindexter right there running sweep. How about that? DJ Judd helping us out, my man. That's it. We're going to take a short break, not a big break, just a little baby break. We're going to get in a word from our sponsors, and we'll be back with more on RacerTV.com. This is the Yamaha Racing Snowshoe GNCC.
Are you ready to rev up your race game? Look no further than Landers KTM, your ultimate trackside support. We offer top quality parts, gear, accessories, and more. Plus, enjoy free labor from our certified technicians to keep you on track. Join the passion with your local dealership right here to support all your racing needs. Our friendly staff is geared up and ready to take care of you. And don't miss out. Experience up to $500 savings on select KTM Stacys. Available in all sizes. So, what are you waiting for? Swing by Landers KTM today and let us fuel your racing dreams. Landers KTM, where your race begins.
Everywhere but the seat. The seat is leather.
Alan, we get it. You love your bike. We do too.
That's why we're America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
But do you have to wedge it into everything?
What? I don't do that. This reminds me of my bike. The Wolf was about the size of my new motorcycle. Have you seen it, by the way? Happy birthday, Grandma!
Really?
Look how the brushstrokes follow the line of the gas tank.
Hey!
Hey! Brought my +1. Jamie.
Hear that? That's the new truck. It's going to be 90 minutes of non-stop fun.
Well, yeah, High Point in the dirt, baby. We're gonna get after it.
How was the day in the dirt, all right?
Red Bull Day in the Dirt out east is returning to High Point August 29th through the 31st. That's Labor Day weekend at High Point. You know what that means? It means fun. It means dirt bikes. It means hanging out bench racing with your pals. So come join us. Red Bull Day in the Dirt. We'll see you there.
The Blackwater 50-year reunion celebration is coming to Davis, West Virginia on Monday, June 23rd. Here's your chance to line up on the iconic Main Street of Davis for an epic photo and video opportunity with the Blackwater film crew. Then after the lineup and photos are taken, we will meet at the Riverfront Park for food and drinks from our friends at Siriana's Cafe. Join us on Monday, June 23rd after the Snowshoe GNCC in Davis, West Virginia. Progressive GNCC Racing is brought to you by Progressive. Progressive could save you hundreds of dollars on your automobile and motorcycle insurance. Specialized e-turbo bicycles. It's you, only faster. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 50th annual season of Progressive Insurance Grand National Cross Country Racing. This is the 2025 Yamaha Racing Snowshoe GNCC round number 9 of the 2025 series. My name is Jackson Burl. I'll be alongside Zach Heron and Johnny G and, of course, Mikey Waynes to bring you today's action. Boys, it's good to be back here at Snowshoe.
Man, Snowshoe is one everybody always circles on the calendars, not just the fans, but the racers as well. It's a unique course. We get a variety of technical situations and some high-speed sections as well. We heard a lot of that on the podium. Some riders loving it, some riders really not liking the course so much. So it's going to be an interesting race, a dynamic race, and we also know the start very unique here at Snowshoe. Let's show you how things got kicked off with our specialized start recap. Right here in the center of Snowshoe, we shut down the street. The fans line the side. I mean, there's nothing quite like a GNCC start here at Snowshoe. If you haven't before, I say you come to a GNCC and you need to come to Snowshoe. It's a whole separate beast. As we take a look now at our specialized start recap, Grant Davis making the most of that front row start, tried to tuck it up the inside. Stu Baylor tried to carry his momentum around the outside, but went just a little too wide. Cody Barnes actually snuck around for that number 2 spot. Mike Wachowski tucking to the inside there in row 3, and they just keep rolling after that. Time correction, it was a big talking point in our racing yesterday. It's going to be the same thing here today, Johnny, as we take a look at our leaders on screen. The first time we saw them through Howard's Hole, it's Grant Davis, Cody Barnes, looks like that's Gus Reardon, and Stu Baylor going wheel to wheel. Ben Kelly sneaks around them. Mike Wachowski making some moves around multi-time winner Caleb Russell. This is what we like to see. Everybody all bunched up right here, and a lot of different lines opening up already.
Well, when you say a lot of different lines opening up, this is an entirely different Howard's Hole than what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, absolutely packed. Probably, I mean, we estimated somewhere between, thousands of spectators to many, many hundreds of spectators. We see Gavin Simon down on the ground there, one of our top overall amateurs going down. There's literally fives of spectators in Howard's Hole today, but it will start to fill out as the race goes on. Obviously, Saturday, the big draw down there at Howard's Hole, the ATVs make a little bit more of a spectacle, but it's definitely going to be a big part of today's race, along with several other elements of this Snowshoe GNCC racetrack. As you talked about, Zach, from our Yamaha racing track map, we have fast ski slopes, we have rock gardens, we have climbs, we have descents, we have pavement, and we have several sections similar to, if not just as technical as Howard's Hole. So one of our more diverse racetracks on the GNCC series, and definitely a unique race in and of itself. It's going to throw a little bit of everything at these guys here today, and whoever can master the mountain will come out the king.
And Jackson's one thing that we've seen earlier today in our youth race and our AM race, you can never quite plan on what you think is going to happen. It always seems like something reaches up and surprises us at the tail end of these races.
I mean, that's what GNCC racing as a whole, but especially here at Snowshoe Mountain. Zach, you talked about those time corrections. Going to be a lot different than what we're used to seeing here in GNCC. Normally, it is row 1, XC1, row 2, XC2. Today is a completely different scenario. We've got our XC2 boys as they are up there in the charts. Actually leading the way, I do believe, is Grant Davis is your points leader coming into it, getting the last 2 overall wins. He gets to start on row number 1. He's making the most of it now, guys, and it looks like the XC2 class is leading the way.
Yeah, so basically the difference here today, your top 4 rows, your first 4 rows are your top 20 in points in order. So your top 5 on row 1, 5 through 10, or 6 through 10, row 2, 11 through 15, row 3, and then 16 through 20 on row number 4. So it's a mix-up of XC1, XC2, and even some overall top amateurs in the mix as well. JoJo Cunningham actually sitting on row number 3, and I believe Gavin Simon on row number 4. So it really is a different animal here altogether. So when you see those guys up in the mix, it's not like normal where they started a minute or 2 minutes or even 3 minutes behind. They may have actually started on the same minute of some of our top XC1 and XC2 riders. So we talked about it yesterday. We'll mention it here again today, folks. Can't really go by the running order on screen. We're just going to have to wait for the computer to do those time corrections, and we'll figure it out as we go, because those 10-second or 7 to 8 seconds, as it is different for each row, they do loom large once you start getting those close battles. Wow. Yeah, that shows you just how challenging Howard's Hole can be. A big drop off the rock coming in there, and it's exciting, folks.
Man, I even saw some social media clips of Howard's Hole yesterday. Bryson Neal going over the front of his machine. I mean, this section is tricky. We know about it, packed full of fans. Like you said, a little different scene, a lot of different scene actually here today. Yes. But it is still one of the most technical sections, and you can see why the riders stuck in it is just that added element.
Guys, real quick, to my perspective, I've never raced this on a motorcycle. I don't know that I could even make it through there on a motorcycle, but it's a catch-22. They have way more opportunity for lines. Just on a dirt bike, you can fit into more places. You can kind of weasel your way through some rocks that the ATVs have to go over. But at the same time, they don't have nearly as many spectators down there to help when they do get stuck. So on Saturday, the mud fleas kind of funnel you into the line they want you to take. But then when you do get stuck, they help you. So it's a little yin and a little yang here today. More difficult, easier, I don't know. We're going to see as this race goes on. But one thing we did hear, and I don't know if it was mentioned on the podium yesterday, a lot of the top ATV XC1 and XC2 guys saying this year the hardest Howard's Hole has ever been. Just saying it was something about it where that very few of them were making it through without help lap to lap. Normally the only time you need assistance is if somebody's stuck in front of you as a top XC1 guy, but they said even the best of the best were struggling. We saw that. We saw Bryson Neal off his machine. Just a very challenging section of racetrack this year.
Yeah, and not sure how well my broadcast came through from down there yesterday, but it was interesting to see members of Phoenix Yamaha, members of some of these teams going up and talking to the mud fleas and walking through some of these. They're getting down in it, knee deep, to see how deep some of these holes are. It just shows how dedicated the teams are as much as the riders.
Yeah, you know, they're down there to do whatever they can to try to get their riders through, and honestly, they're trying to get everybody through, but of course they're going to pay a little special attention to their riders. But yeah, they're getting the intel from the mud fleas. They're down there, like you said, knee deep, ankle deep.
Oh yeah.
Waist deep, neck deep, whatever it takes. Yesterday was definitely a spectacle, and it was interesting to see how it all panned out. We saw a lot of passes for top positions, not necessarily for the lead, but for top 3 and top 5 positions throughout the race in Howard's Hole, and we've already seen it here today. We've seen Ben Kelly getting stuck. We've seen some other riders going down. It really mixes things up.
And this just speaks to the unpredictability as well, Jackson. I mean, think about the things out of the rider's control. Our top XC1 riders, they can maneuver around, but if somebody goes down right in front of them, they're in a bad spot. It could completely change the trajectory of the race.
Yeah, not a ton of riders out on the track compared to our AM race, over 500 now. We're just a little over 200 out there, so possibly not having to deal with the lap riders getting stuck, but that very well could be. We have potential for some of these lap riders to get held up down there, still be down there when the pros make it. Johnny, you talked about them having a few more lines due to having 2 wheels instead of 4. Not only that, they have a few thousand less people to try to make their way around too, so that's going to be
more lines from every direction.
Yeah, they might not have all those people to help them out, but they don't have all those people stopping them from picking the line that they want either. So,
and you could see yesterday, if you watched the broadcast for ATV Day, there was really only 2 lines. That was all that the crowd, the horde, the swarm of people had opened up, and at times they were even kind of closing one of the 2 lines down. Today, I mean, on a motorcycle, you could literally pick anywhere in there. As long as you can get your dirt bike through, you can go through. There's nobody blocking the way. So it's just, again, a different dynamic. Racing on a Saturday, everybody wants to be down there getting dirty. The ATVs throw a little more mud. They're a little more spectacular through these sections, so it's just a bigger crowd on Saturday. And a lot of the mud fleas, maybe they'll be late arrivals to Howard's Hole.
They want to see the start.
Well, a lot of them really enjoyed themselves last night, so maybe still catching up on sleep. Getting their latte at Starbucks. You know, another beautiful thing up here on Snowshoe Mountain. You know, you can be down in Howard's Hole, and 15 minutes later you can be standing in Starbucks, provided you're not covered in mud, folks, and picking up your latte and your egg bites or whatever it may be, your strawberry refresher for this nice warm day up here on Snowshoe Mountain. Very crazy. Always just kind of really surprising and blows my mind to see the diversity between the treachery and the absolute chaos down the sides of the mountains, and the beauty, the serenity, and, you know, just the amenities up here on top. You have, you know, billions of dollars in infrastructure up here on top, from restaurants to high-end shops to anything you can think of. It's just beautiful up here. You go down in the woods and here you go, folks.
What you got?
This is literally only a few hundred yards from here, and we're sitting 50 feet from a Starbucks.
Yeah, it's something else. Snowshoe Mountain, yep, it's one of a kind. Few of these riders here before Howard's Hole deciding that they're going to take it easy for a few minutes before they get back out into the game.
One of our top finishers from yesterday's ATV race, Josh Merritt, took an opportunity to go down to Howard's Hole for the AM race this morning. And the first thing he said when he came back up, somewhat covered in mud, with his fiancee Macy, and they both said, you know, it was crazy how many people lap 1, 2 miles in, give or take, well, we say it's the 3-mile marker, so 3 miles in, but just a few miles in, and they're like, you know, I think I'm good. Like, I think I'm just going to park it here, lean it against a tree, and, you know, it just shows when you see your top riders come through carrying speed through these sections, how difficult it really is. Watch these guys. And again, these guys top riders, and a lot of times in their local and regional series.
Well, guys, as we get ready to pan back over to our pros here in just a few minutes, this is the race that we've been waiting for. We've been talking about it a lot, especially off camera, on camera. This is what we've all been waiting for, is to see the XC2 boys, especially Grant Davis, line up on that row 1. Normally Grant has that time adjustment on his side. Today, row 2 and the rest of the boys going to have that time adjustment on their side. We're going to get to see if Grant Davis can truly hang with the boys. We're getting to see it. Obviously, he's going to be on a 250cc versus a lot of these guys going to be on 450cc machines. But nonetheless, we're going to get to see him go head-to-head, no time adjustment whatsoever for Grant Davis today.
Well, and Jackson, you're exactly right. And let's not downplay the fact it's not just Grant Davis.
Not at all.
Grant Davis, first place in points. Ben Kelly, second. And then third and fourth place in points. Gus Reardon and Cody Barnes. So 3 of your top 4 overall right now, XC2 riders. And, you know, those guys are all 3 of those guys. So there was 5 riders on the front row. 3 of them were XC2 riders, 2 of them XC1 riders. Grant, obviously, being the points leader, he is the standout performer thus far. He's done the lion's share of the winning in that class. He definitely has kind of been a standout performer, but can't sleep on Cody Barnes, can't sleep on Gus Reardon. Those guys are hungry. They're starting on row 1. Not only do they want to beat Grant, they want to add their name to the list of riders who have won overalls from that XC2 class, or just won overalls in general. It's such a feather in the cap to be able to do that. And but to your point, Jackson, to me, the history here, the kind of mind-blowing reality is Grant Davis comes in. We talked about it in the opener. Round 9, Grant Davis is leading the points, you know, overall.
So going to have some bike-only sections that our ATVs didn't get to ride. I do believe we got to catch up with our very own Ben Kelly out of the XC1, sitting second right now in points, and we got to talk to him about just that.
I think the course is really good, kind of like somewhere in the middle. You know, it's not too dry, not too wet. The woods usually have water in them because it's just kind of like water comes out of the ground, which I'm pumped on. I like that. Just the ski slopes have a little bit of dust, but nothing crazy. I mean, honestly, the track is kind of as good as it can get conditions-wise, and yeah, similar to the past few years, the track just really rocky for sure, but still fast. So that's why it's tough, because you can ride so fast over the rocks, but it might catch you. So just got to be precise and sometimes let the bike move around, but try to stay on 2 wheels. And yeah, track's good. They got a gnarly rocky uphill in there, option line this year. They're calling the Meltdown, but I don't know. I looked at it yesterday. I mean, it looks pretty hard enduro-esque, so I don't know. I'm not even sure I'm going to do it, to be honest. I'm going to kind of just see what happens, see how I go up the first part, and if I have plenty of momentum and traction, maybe go for it. But right now I'm leaning towards going around it.
So there we have it from Ben Kelly. We're sitting now at the mile 10 marker and maybe about to get a chance to see Mr. Kelly making his way through. Boys, from that camera shot that we did get, though, it looked like the XC2 boys are who's going to be up towards the front of this pack. We'll see where they're going to be when they make their way around here at mile 10.
Well, Jackson, you talked about it. The time adjustment has been a talking point all season long, but it's been in the air quote favor of our XC2 riders. Everybody talks about the advantage, and it's really, I think the way the XC2 has been viewed has changed entirely over the course of the 2025 season, but now this is an opportunity for them to put all that to rest. Hey, we're lining up head-to-head, 3 of us on the front row. Johnny, do you think these guys may be riding with a little extra chip on the shoulder saying, here's a point to prove, heads up, race?
Doors off. Because he started about 20 seconds. We'll see what the time correction is, but he was on row number 3, and those 2 riders have checked out. Ricky has won here on the mountain before in 2017. Very, very nearly won here in 2022, was edged out by Jordan Ashburn, and he made mention of that on the starting. It looks like this could be Stu Baylor, and we'll get get into some tire talk here later, but Stu Baylor making a pretty extreme tire choice here today with a trials tire. Then it's Cody Barnes in the number 4 spot on that number 99 Phoenix Racing Honda, so that would be second place in XC2. And then here comes, looks to me to be Jordan Ashburn on the number 3 Flat Rock Gas there. And yeah, very diverse choices of tires. Guys, I'm going to go on record right now and say this may be the only race in the history of dirt bike racing where, at least at the elite level, we have seen this looks to be Liam Draper. No, yeah, I think that was Draper. And then I'm thinking that's Gus Reardon. Looks to be Josh Toth. Then Nick DeFeo, possibly. Josh Strang.
There has been
Ben Kelly. So Ben Kelly way back, starting there on row number 1. Then it's Grant Baylor, Craig DeLong,
Mike Witkowski.
Yep, Witkowski. Caleb Russell, Thad Duvall, and Brody Johnson. Yep. So that's almost the entirety of your top 20 coming through here at mile marker number 10 on lap number 1. But Ricky Russell absolutely tearing up this Snowshoe Mountain, coming from row 3, not only catching the riders in front of him, but physically passing everyone in front of him and actually starting to gap out over Grant Davis, who is in the number 2 spot. But going on record, I think this may be the first time in history at the elite level that on the first 2 rows we had a paddle tire, an MX-14 Dunlop, and we also had a trials tire. You understand, those are 2 completely opposite ends of the spectrum. Stu Baylor with that trials tire and Craig DeLong with the Scoop, the MX-14. Oh, look at that. Grant Davis has made up some time, and now he is right to the rear wheel, basically, of Ricky Russell as they run here, coming through the pro pits for the first time. But that just shows the diversity of the terrain here and the way these guys are really throwing anything at this year, just trying to gain an advantage, and it's providing some interesting racing and interesting situation. You talk about relaxed. Grant Davis just kind of up on the pegs, just looking like he's kind of cruising there behind Ricky Russell. Maybe even has him marked. You can take a look at that. That kid is just really composed right now. He is just letting Ricky lead the way, and he's just following him.
That's the way to do it, keeping it cool and calm here on lap number 1.
Well, then we hear these riders talking about finding opportunities to take those deep breaths, to try to regather composure. Grant Davis, we know he likes to sprint right off the jump. Maybe this is an opportunity. Hey, just calm down a little bit, look around, get your bearings, who's in front, who's behind, and now he's getting ready to go back to work as we continue to watch Ricky Russell here on this Yamaha Racing live drone, and there he is. Man, it kind of came out of nowhere. I didn't even see him up inside the top 5, and then all of a sudden, boom, out front.
I did not either, and that goes right back to what we were talking about with the time correction. Anybody that might be out there on Racer TV that doesn't understand the time correction, essentially, Grant Davis is going to have to pass him if he wants to get this overall win, and then get somewhere roughly around 20 seconds or so, as those rows were starting about 10 seconds. Ricky Russell was on the 3rd row, so somewhere around 20 seconds at least is going to be that gap that Ricky Russell has to work with here. So not only is he physically ahead by a second or 2 on corrected time, he is going to be well ahead, Zach.
Yeah, he's got time to play with right now, and so Russell, that Enduro Engineering Triumph back ride.
And it almost feels right for the XC1 guys to get back there, get that time correction for once, and have that on their side.
Yeah, Russell making the most of it, saw him walking around. Another mustache guy. I'm just connecting dots here.
Hey, you're not wrong. I didn't see a gold chain, but I did see a mustache.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Hey, that's the winning ways up here at Snowshoe, apparently. A gold chain and a mustache there from Fowler yesterday on the ATV side of things.
So here we see some more of our leaders now working their way through. Josh Strang there on that factory Liquimali Beta. Then it's the 314 of Grant Baylor. Here comes the 342 of Craig DeLong. Very bright fly racing gear today. Can't miss him. I think next after him, it looks like the 8 of Witkowski in that Phoenix Racing Honda. Then it's Thad Duvall, the 989. Local West Virginia boy, has done very well up here on Snowshoe Mountain before. considers this a home race. You know, he's riding with a little bit extra swagger today. But right now, throw it back to 2017 when Ricky Russell dominated this race. Lap 1 is in the books, and Ricky Russell is going to have a pretty big gap once they correct the time here, possibly upwards of 20 seconds, even though the rider you see checking in just behind him, Grant Davis, without time correction. So the time behind, lap time of 30 minutes, 51 seconds for Ricky Russell and 31:12. So exactly 21 seconds. Well, 21 seconds and some change is the gap that Ricky Russell holds over Grant Davis. Top 2 checked in, and now we look and watch and wait. Still just those 2 checked in. So yeah, 21 seconds is what the gap is between those 2 riders. Now we see some more riders checking in. There is Stu Baylor, there is Cody Barnes. We'll see just how far. There is Jordan Ashburn in the number 5 spot, at least physically on course. We'll see how this works out with time correction. So actually Jordan Ashburn in the number 3 spot. So he's ahead of both Stu Baylor and Cody Barnes on corrected time because he started there on row number 2, and those guys just ahead of him started on row number 1. So the time correction, enough to make a difference there. But Stu Baylor, 43 seconds behind Grant Davis on corrected time. And that just goes to show you how quickly this race is starting to open up. So a 21-second gap for your leader, Ricky Russell, and then another 43 seconds back to Stu Baylor there in the number 4 spot. But Jordan Ashburn kind of in the mix there. Because of the way they're doing the time on screen, we'll have to actually do the math, but there are your lap times on screen of your top 6 riders as they have checked in.
Yeah, Ricky Russell, the only sub-31 with that 30:51, and then the rest of the field kind of evening out across that 31-minute range, Jackson, and it just shows these guys are covering multiple miles of insane terrain, and it's coming down to a few tenths of seconds, hundreds of seconds, and seconds at most.
Yeah, it does. Taking a look here, Zach. Scanning it for myself. A blazing fast time for Ricky Russell, obviously, as he leads the way here in this one. Stu Baylor, I heard him talking on the line there. I was not aware that he has never gotten a win here at Snowshoe Mountain.
Yeah, this is the one he said has eluded him. So,
and not many have. Stu Baylor is one of those riders that has won just about every facility that we go to. Baylor's up there in the charts as far as being one of the overall winningest riders. Baylor, the 8th winningest rider here. 22 points. He's tied with Charlie Mullins. Yeah. And trying to make it 23 here today and get this first one for him here at Snowshoe Mountain. I know he wants to have a snowboard to take home.
So watching here on our Yamaha Racing live drone as Ricky Russell continues to push the pace. There goes, might have been Grant Baylor, couldn't quite tell. No, that must have been Stu, because there goes Cody Barnes.
So that is 3rd and 4th, actually 4th and 5th as they run. Jordan Ashburn has tracked them down.
He's creeping into the picture quickly.
Started a row behind them, and as we pointed out, is ahead of them on corrected time, sitting in that 3rd place overall position and 2nd in XC1. So Jordan Ashburn on a tear, a former winner here on the mountain in 2022. Definitely a good start for him here today. Here comes Gus Riordan, would be 3rd place in that XC2 class. Then it's Liam Draper. Ben Kelly has made a charge. He's made up a little bit of ground there, but he definitely still has some work to do to get up in the mix. Here comes Nick DeFeo, and then teammate Josh Strang there, and Josh Toth after that. So those 2 swap places since we saw them last just a little bit ago.
So there it is, back through the mile 1 mark. There goes Craig DeLong now aboard the factory Rockstar Husqvarna machine, and I believe Mike Wikowski going to be behind him there on that number 8 machine.
This over-under bridge, a fan favorite spot to watch as well.
That Duvall, Brody Johnson.
Yep.
That is 13th and 15th overall. Craig DeLong splitting those 2. He did already come through starting on row number 2, so he's a little bit ahead of them. Then it's Caleb Russell all the way back there in that number 19 spot overall. Definitely not the start that he was looking for to potentially try to add to his win tally here. I actually did talk to him before the race. We've been saying 7 wins atop Snowshoe Mountain. He says it's 6.
Okay.
He says we credit him with an extra. Ricky Russell coming the other way. This is the over-under, so he's already run an entire another section of racetrack. Grant Davis still chasing him in tow, just a few bike lengths behind. But we know that even when he's right on the rear wheel, he basically is still working with about a 20-second gap because of the fact that he did start on row number 3, talking about Ricky Russell. Grant Davis, to win this race, has to get around Ricky Russell and pull more than, give or take, 20 seconds ahead of him, whatever the difference was on their 2 starting rows. We can check in and see exactly what that time was, but we do know it's around 20 seconds. It's about 20 seconds between, or 10 seconds between rows. And right now we see the 3rd place rider coming through, still Stu Baylor there, again, with that trials tire just behind him. Still did look to be Cody Barnes on the 99 Phoenix Racing. Actually, and then Jordan Ashburn. Ashburn, man, he just keeps getting closer and closer to those 2 guys in front of him.
Yeah, not doing anything incredibly flashy, but it just seems like a couple of bike lanes every camera shot at least. And so Ashburn's starting to get into the picture.
Going back to those tire choices, Johnny, that's very strange to me that they would be running a sand tire. And when they mention the sand tire, they're talking about the motocross sand tire. And then when you're talking about the trial tire, I'm assuming a gummy type of tire.
Yeah, and I almost wish, it may be an opportunity for us to go out with the camera and explain and show to people exactly the difference in those 2 tires, because it is opposite ends of the spectrum. I mean, I don't know how to put it any more bluntly than to say you could not have 2 tires more different, at least in terms of an off-road tire. I mean, the trials tire borders on a slick. It's essentially full rubber the whole way with no quote-unquote knobbies. It's just grooves cut into the carcass. They're knobbies, but they're not. It's not actually a knobby tire. It's a slick that has deep grooves cut in it, essentially in a very soft compound. So you're basically running a full contact patch with no openings. So no opportunity for mud to clean out, no opportunity for those to have biting edges per se. It's actually the surface rubber that is rubbing against the ground and causing your friction to drive you forward. Whereas a scoop is exactly that. It's a paddle tire. They're big, aggressive knobs, almost like claws, digging into the dirt, trying to scratch at the surface or scratch deep within the ground to propel you forward. They could not be more different, and normally we see, in years past, we'd see maybe a few changes. One guy preferred this tire a little bit to that one, an intermediate, versus the other guy might say, okay, well, I'm going to run a soft intermediate. Now, I mean, you're talking about, essentially, like you said, a scoop sand tire on a mountain with rocks. Then someone else, Stu Baylor, the only one that I saw, at least I did not see Grant, I know he's done it in the past, running a trials tire. So it's like, I was sitting there on the starting line, and it was one of those things where I know I didn't get enough sleep last night because I was enjoying our man Zach Herron and his show, but I couldn't even wrap my head around it. I really, truly could not. I'm like, what are we witnessing? And I wasn't the only one. Several others saying, hey, we should mark this day down. We have XC1 riders on both a scoop and a trials tire, and everything in between, frankly. We saw some ET81s, which is kind of an intermediate terrain tire. We saw a lot of EN91s, which is a DOT-approved, or I'm sorry, FIM-approved tire that is run in the 6 days. It's got very short knobs, but it's very gummy and sticks well. I was told that Ben Kelly actually has a new Dunlop tire that no one else is running. I think they had access to it, but he was the only one to choose. I believe it's called the 92. So they have the 82 replacing the 81. If our man Brock Glover was here, he could give us the rundown. But Ben Kelly is on a tire that no one else is on. And again, those are all in between the 2 outliers, the scoop and the trials tire. But leaders on screen looks to still be Ricky Russell out front on that number 212 machine. Grant Davis just kind of stalking him, shadowing him, and sitting in that number 2 spot with about a 20-second disadvantage on corrected time.
And it looks like they have no immediate pressure behind them either, at least from what we can see here from the Yamaha Racing live drone.
There you see, battle for the overall lead. Those are the lap times. Your leader is an XC1 rider, the opposite of what we've seen in several races. Ricky Russell coming from row 3 with a 20-second time correction, able to run a considerably faster, roughly 20-second faster lap, 21-second faster lap than Grant Davis was, 21.1, I guess, to be closer to exact. He set a quicker pace on lap 1, got around Grant Davis, and this is like Grant Davis's playbook being turned back on him, like you said earlier. You know, how will he react? How is this going to pan out? We'll find out here in about another 2 hours and 20 minutes of racing.
Yeah, this is going to be one that I believe everybody online is going to enjoy. There's been a lot of talk about what Grant Davis can do up at the front of this field. We're going to get to see here today. It's not just him, though. In any other year, Johnny, it would be such an accomplishment for Gus Reardon, Cody Barnes, they're sitting right now 3rd and 4th in points for the year. That would be a huge accomplishment. That would be all that we would be talking about there for them. But Grant Davis just absolutely stealing the show.
Absolutely, and like we talked about, I mean, GNCC Racing celebrating its 50th anniversary with the Blackwater, the movie, and now we're sitting here looking at history being made 50 years in with the first time we've ever had, anything but an XC1 rider leading the overall in this deep into the series. We rewrote history earlier in the year when Nick DeFeo won round 1. Was the first time we'd ever seen anyone other than an XC1, or back in the day it was called AA, a official front row pro rider leading the overall points. Nick DeFeo doing it after winning round 1 just for a moment, and then Grant Davis actually doing it earlier in the year as well at one point. Ben Kelly able to wrestle that back away from him, but at our round 3 weeks ago, Grant Davis grabbing that overall victory and stretching it out to a 4-point lead over Ben Kelly. And as they run right now, he is going to open up that gap even more with only 4 rounds of racing remaining, putting him in the driver's seat for this 2025 overall GNCC championship.
So there we go, watching Ricky Russell now on camera. And another thing that would make history, Johnny, is Triumph winning a GNCC. If Ricky Russell's able to hold on for another 2 hours and 20 minutes, that would be some more history here in this 50th season.
Absolutely. You know, Triumph, a brand that has been kind of really stormed the scene here in both off-road and in moto. And now we see our third place rider. There is Stu Baylor charging again on that trials tire a little bit. So you can see he's got, should technically have a little more grip in those slick section. Didn't quite look like he nailed his line there. But flashing ahead, it's Grant Davis still chasing after Ricky Russell. Those are your top 2 on screen. 1 lap complete, 42 minutes of racing in. The lap time, 30 minutes, 51 seconds. We showed that on screen, so just over 30 minutes. We'll do the math. We'll figure it out. Will it be an 8-lap race? Will it be a 7-lap race? I kind of have a feeling it's going to turn out to be 7, but we won't know. That'll be the track crew and race control that makes that decision. But right now, Ricky Russell pushing the pace, and Grant Davis stalking back there and starting to look a little bit more laboring to keep up with Ricky Russell, dare I say. Doesn't look out of control, but it looks like he's really having to start to ride harder to stay on the rear fender of Ricky Russell ahead of him.
Well, and I was going to talk about, we talk about the changing conditions and the variety that we see out here, but it's a pretty hot snowshoe here this year as well, at least probably the hottest since Jackson and myself have joined the series. It looked like Stu might have stopped there for goggles or something like that, got back rolling, but it's a hot one out here.
Yeah, it may have been goggles, might have been actually just been taking a hydration bottle, to your point about the heat. Plenty warm here in the Racer TV studios. We are all sweating. It is a barn burner here on the track, and it is a furnace off the track. There is just no air moving on the sides of the mountain at all. At least up here on top, were we not in a 50-foot long box, we would have a breeze. There is a nice breeze up here atop the mountain, but when you get off the sides, I got to tell you guys, with the humidity of what it is and the moisture in the air from the rain earlier in the week and the temperatures today, these guys are absolutely roasting on the side of the mountain because you don't get any wind down there. It's all blocked by the very dense snowshoe forest, so it's just almost like kind of just riding in an oven, I guess, if you will. So these guys are definitely going to be needing to stay on top of their hydration today, and we are going to see fitness become a big factor as we get deeper in this one here today. There went Liam Draper. Just behind him, Gus Reardon. So that is your 7th and 9th place rider. Nick DeFeo just behind, or in between them, will be coming just behind. And there is Toth, I believe. So he has now gotten back around DeFeo. The teammates on the Red Bear Rocky Mountain ATVMC team have passed each other many, many times. And was that, almost looked like that might have been Thad Duvall that had made some passes. Could be wrong. That is definitely Mike Wachowski, and just ahead of him was Craig DeLong. So those are riders that are now kind of getting a little further towards the back of the top 10 and even into the top 15. There's Brody Johnson.
Duvall was just ahead of him. Not sure if you saw that or not. So Duvall still back there where he was.
And this is where the gaps start opening up. Back to, I think the next rider through should be the 557 of Caleb Russell, looking like he's kind of lost the toe of the group in front of him. He is sitting back in there in that 19th place overall position.
Hey, speaking of a toe, it looked like Stu Baylor having some company. Looks like Cody Barnes and one rider just ahead of him, Ashburn, I do believe would be who that was. Look like they are trying to pick up a toe now, seeing Caleb Russell making his way through.
There we go. So that is just about all of your XC1 riders through. Showing you just how slick. We talked yesterday about those sniper routes. I mean, they're just exposed tree roots, and when they get moisture on them, good luck trying to find any grip, especially with the front tire and the front end. It'll just kind of push you down that off camber. You got to make those quick adjustments and get your footing back under you, get your tires back under you to be able to continue forward. Now, We go ahead to the number 6 mile marker here, and on screen your leader, Ricky Russell. Grant Davis has clawed his way back to the rear wheel and continuing to fight to keep pace with Ricky Russell. Looks like the intensity is slowed down here, but this is a very slick section of racetrack. Underneath that mud, that's just cobblestones. It's yes. About the same as what's up in the village. It's near concrete. It's so hard. So those guys are just kind of taking their time, making sure they don't lose traction and find themselves on the ground. Now comes the 514 of Stu Baylor in the number 3 spot, carrying a little more momentum down the hill, it looked like, than the riders in front of him. And giving chase is Jordan Ashburn, who has now gotten around Cody Barnes, as you pointed out, and up to the number 3 spot physically, definitely in the number 3 spot. I'm correct, the time already was at the completion of the previous lap.
It does look like Stu Baylor able to shake him just a bit, put a bike length or two between them, at least here from this camera shot. Now going to see Ben Kelly checking in here on his KTM machine. Ben also going to have some time behind him here as we wait for the next rider to make their way by.
Really, and this camera shot, Jackson just does such a great job of showing the size, but also the instability of these rocks. We see them literally shuffling underneath the bikes as they're coming down. Every rider that passes changes his terrain.
Yeah, and you can see just how jagged some of those edges are of the rocks sticking up where these riders are starting to make some lines in between them, and you can really see how much chatter they're getting as they continue to make their way down the hill.
So things are heating up here at the 2025 Yamaha Snowshoe GNCC. Ricky Russell from row 3. The mustache, possibly the gold chain. We didn't see it, but he is flying out front right now on the Triumph. Grant Davis keeping him in tow for the 212 machine. We know he's comfortable in the rocks, and he is in control of things right now. Grant Davis keeping him in tow, though. Davis trying to add to that overall points lead as well. Ben Kelly on the charge. Draper starting to creep forward as well. Stu Baylor, can't forget, this is the one he hasn't gotten yet. We'll see how it all shakes out when we come back right here on RacerTV.com.
The Blackwater 50-year reunion celebration is coming to Davis, West Virginia on Monday, June 23rd. Here's your chance to line up on the iconic Main Street of Davis for an epic photo and video opportunity with the Blackwater film crew. Then after the lineup and photos are taken, we will meet at the Riverfront Park for food and drinks from our friends at Siriana's Cafe. Join us on Monday, June 23rd after the Snowshoe GNCC in Davis, West Virginia.
Unleash aggression, reliability, and premium quality with Kenda Tires. Delivering exceptional performance on all types of vehicles. Automotive, ATVs, UTVs, motorcycles, bicycles, trailers, lawn and garden, and even golf. Trust Kenda Tires to guide you on your next adventure. Kenda, designed for your journey.
Progressive GNCC Racing is brought to you by Progressive. Progressive could save you hundreds of dollars on your automobile and motorcycle insurance. Specialized E-Turbo bicycles. It's you, only faster. Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com. Get ready.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the mountain. The Snowshoe Mountain Resort here for round number 9, the Yamaha Racing Snowshoe GNCC. And it's been a party. There's our very own Zach Heron jamming out last night. Got to see him do a set to start things off. 2 other artists coming out with us, Nick Davison ended off the night for us. It was a great time, Zach, and quite the crowd that you had both nights.
Man, absolutely. Snowshoe is always so fun. I appreciate Chris Landers and MX Sports letting me do kind of my other thing, man. I love playing music for you guys, and you're rowdy. You had a good time, and like I said, had some incredible artists both Friday night and Saturday night. I believe some music Thursday as well now, so the evening entertainment continuing to grow. But yeah, this is what it's been all about, man. Obviously, Yamaha got a huge setup right here in the heart of town. We had the Stasic Showdown right there around them. This is the kind of stuff that people leave Snowshoe talking about just as much as Howard's Hole in the race.
And this is the kids that we're going to see out here in just a few years. They're going to say, I want to go back to Snowshoe. I was racing, Mom and Dad. If you haven't forgot, I want to continue that way. We get them started young here with Stasic. Big shout out to them. They getting the little rippers out on the track at a very early age. They're changing the sport, and you can see how much fun it is. Everybody from 5 and under out there. Zach, we even have a 2 and under class. It's open for everybody.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And all the kids getting into it. Even getting a little off-road section here. I was really impressed. I walked down in there and was like, man, this is a full-on GNCC course. And the kids love it. It's so fun to see them leaving. They're holding Mom and Dad's hand, walking, they're holding their medals. Look at that. That's what it's all about. The smiles. These kids love it, and the families love it as well.
Yeah, so if you have a Stasic Ripper and you come to GNCC, make sure that you come out and try one for yourself. Like you said, Griff Cotter and the crew put on quite the show. It is open for anybody that would like to come and race. But hey, getting a little more serious here with our specialized E-Turbo GNCC EMTV. And our main man wasn't here, our points leader, but nonetheless, we still had the boys out here. Garrett Stout leading the way in this camera shot, but it was going to be Cody Pivorato that you see on screen right now, the big number 2 that had some success here at Snowshoe.
Yeah, Jackson, this was a huge opportunity for Pivorato. He's been just off the pace of Maxwell Boucret, who isn't with us this weekend at Snowshoe, so might have not grabbed that whole shot, but quickly moved into the number 1 ride and started to put some distance between himself and second place.
Yeah, Maxwell Boucret, he came out and raced for the first time this season to start off the year. Zach, he didn't grab that win at the first one, but he has won every other one that he's been at. Pivorato, though, he's been trying to chase him down. He's been in second multiple times, but this time he got his first win of the year here at the Snowshoe GNCC. And you can tell it was all smiles there from the EMTV.
Yeah, Cody worked hard for that one, and those events, man, they're so much fun to watch, so much fun to be a part of. We say it all the time on the podiums. They're begging for more competition, more people, not because they're trying to get beat, but because it is so enjoyable out there. A lot of moms, sisters, little brothers that maybe don't race dirt bikes or quads, they get an opportunity to do something as well. It's all around just a ton of fun.
Maxwell Beaupre is going to bring people, I feel like. He brings the energy, and like
I was concerned what he'd do to himself if he won here at Snowshoe. His celebration the last time scared me.
Yeah, no, I feel like he's not taking any. Charlie Mullins is a dog. That guy, and now he's doing marathons. Former champion himself, even on the 2-wheel side for dirt bikes.
Currently tied with Stu Baylor for
that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's on the all-time wins list. But we've kind of missed that. Okay, ATVs has the yin and yang with Walker Fowler and Adam McGill. Stu Baylor is a character on the 2-wheel side for us. I think Maxwell Dupree, he is the guy we've needed, that personality for e-bikes.
Yeah, he brings energy. He came up at the last race there, Mason Dixon. He came over and introduced himself to you, Mikey, then turned around and just started slamming his chest, said, I've got to get ready, man, and just started slapping himself, and he got after it. He won the race.
The Dean of Dirt, Tim Cotter, and the GNCC graduation, man. Tim treats this weekend, I have to say, this is an easy weekend for me because Tim, he loves the spotlight at Snowshoe, and I love it for him. He does a great job, though. He puts on absolutely a show. Graduates, could be high school, could be middle school, could be kindergarten, could be college. That's pretty cool.
It sure is. Congratulations to all the graduates here in 2025, and glad to have you out here at Snowshoe.
And hey, Progressive Insurance could save you hundreds of dollars on your automobile and motorcycle insurance. This is a time lapse, by the way, of I believe our AM bikes this morning. Holy smokes, 100, I can't remember the exact number.
560 something.
560, I was going to say 100 plus rows. But yeah, Progressive Insurance, scan the QR code displayed on Racer TV right now. Get yourself a quote. Could save you hundreds of dollars on your automobile, your motorcycle, your RV, and your camper insurance. This one, our drone operator Gabe thought it would be a little quicker. He kept having to add a minute to it and condense it down. Just a sight, man. Just a sight.
Yeah, I believe you announced over 120 rows for that AM.
It's interesting. It's like Snowshoe is a little easier for me on one aspect because I don't have to scream 10 seconds every minute or so. And on the other side of it, I've got sweat rolling down my back playing auctioneer through the whole dang thing. So yeah, it's been nuts. It's been nuts.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend so far, and we're going to finish it out with a bang here with our pro bikes. Going to see who's going to do it. Can Ricky Russell continue his ways here so far? We're waiting at the mile 10 for your leaders.
Well, while we wait on those leaders, and a shout out to Ricky Russell, we welcome into the booth Blackwater 100 legend Mark Hyde. Mark Hyde, welcome to the booth with us, man. You've called some racing with us in the past as well. You've helped fill in for us as well. You're a man of many talents, but this has been a pretty special year and a special weekend, I think, probably for you to maybe do some reflecting. Four-time Blackwater 100 champ, and no one will ever take that from you, man. Put that in perspective.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. Growing up as a kid in Ohio, it's really special because growing up as a kid in that area, I learned at an early age what fast was.
Yes.
Because we had the whole Penton family. Yep. John Penton got with Mr. Trunkenpoltz, who was the team KTM. And then you had guys like Frank Gallo, Gary Yonkins. The Lojacks were just across the border in Pittsburgh. So
that is a who's who right there.
Yes, you could go to a local race, have the ride of your life, not even break top 10.
That's pressure. That's pressure.
So coming to Blackwater, and Frank Gallo had won it the year before me. Yeah, the year before I did. And he was just fast. Frank was amazing on a motorcycle. So to get to win that race, and Kevin LeBoy had already won it 3 times. Frank had won it once. And then you look at the list, and it's the who's who of off-road racing.
It really is.
Over all the decades, and it was pretty amazing. And that's why I'm here today, because after I got home from that race, I was at a local hare scrambles, a local motocross, actually. I was talking to Teddy Leinbach, John Penton's nephew.
Okay.
And Teddy and I raced together in Ohio a lot. He goes, "Hey, what's Husqvarna doing for you?" I said,
"Sure.
They're not doing anything." He goes, "Well, did you call him?" I said, "No, I thought when you got fast, they called you."
Yeah, that's how it is now. Yes, correct.
Yes. So he put me in touch with the guys down at
Grant Davis rolling through. I'm assuming
he is the new leader. Grant Davis going to be leading this one now. Ricky Russell in the second place spot. And looky there, Jordan Ashburn now overtakes the third place position. Then it's going to be Stu Baylor holding on to fourth.
So change up. The young man, the playboy out of that XC2 class, Grant Davis, takes the lead.
KTM fellow yourself, Mark.
Yeah.
Look at that, KTM leading the way now. There goes Cody Barnes.
Cody Barnes.
Yes, we've got the 2 guys leading the 2 classes, an XC1 and XC2. And I thought this would be a really pivotal race because Ben Kelly from the Northeast, he is great in these kind of conditions, so I figured Ben,
speaking of
which as he goes by there, Ben really need to make a statement today because looking at the races coming down the road, you've got this one in the Boy Scout, which I figured would go in Ben's category.
Good point.
Even though Grant Davis, where he lives, these are kind of in his wheelhouse as well. So I think as the season rolls on, Ben, I feel needs to put this one in the win column.
Yep.
And that would put some more pressure on Grant. And being the first time in the points lead, you never know. A young kid, sometimes pressure doesn't bother you, sometimes it does. So I really think this is a pivotal race, especially if you go into the break.
It's huge.
Grant gets another one, that's going to be tough to come back from.
Lot of time between now and the next round to think about it. Man. And the camera shot, the fans down there, they follow the series that are watching Snowshoe today. There's your explanation. That number 1 he's wearing, he has earned that from the XC2 class. He's the XC2 champion, but his helmet number would be the 922.
Yep. And Ricky Russell always goes good at this place, so... And it would be really strong for him to put Triumph up front, and give them a huge notch in their gun belt. So it would be interesting to see what he can do throughout the day, because he hasn't been able to keep that pace for the whole 3 hours yet.
That's been it. You're absolutely correct. And no place like where you got your first career XC1 win. Ricky Russell did that here, I believe at the time on the Ampro Yamaha team back in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it's. You kind of have that renewed sense of vigor about you. You return to somewhere where you've picked up a win. You can do it.
Yes, and like I said, and I think our conditions this weekend are pretty good. We've had a lot of rain leading up to it, but we've had 2 great days of sunshine, so there's going to be holes and places here and there that'll catch you up. But I think for the most part, this is going to be a very graceful track. still super technical, the most technical track we'll ride all year.
Yeah, that's absolutely it. Mark, the Blackwater 100, obviously that documentary coming out, that's huge for our sport. In 50 years, we've been racing GNCC, and obviously, as we watch our leaders on screen here, this race continuing to develop. But how is it, from your perspective, and you've made a career out of it yourself, so it's not like you've just been on the couch watching. You are in the trenches with us still to this day. How has it changed from... The bikes have changed tremendously, and we can see those changes literally, physically, we can see them year after year. How have the bikes changed? How has the racing changed? And how has the athlete changed in the last 50 years of GNCC?
It's been a cycle with like all sports. The motorcycles have become phenomenal.
Yeah.
You can take a stock motorcycle and be pretty competitive just with the suspension, the brakes, the reliability is just phenomenal. From an athlete side of the point, the rider side, I think that's where the biggest things have come from, because you look at the development from the Stasics, to the Pee-wees, to the 65s, the 85s. You know, kids are riding now, you know, because I didn't start riding until I was 10. And now kids are 2 years old.
That's wild. Yeah, they're wily veterans at that point now.
And I think it's one of those things we always kid some families. The younger brother's always faster.
Right.
Because he learns. And now these kids are learning at such a young age. And you look at, we also have families. You know, you look at Charlie Mullins' boys.
Yep.
Caleb Russell, his dad was a national champion. You know, Aaron Plessinger, his dad Scott was a multi-time GNCC champ. And for these guys to be able to do this full time, I mean, we'd have to go home and work 5 days a week.
Point. Yeah.
You know, and they have just with the internet and all that stuff, you know about nutrition, you know about training.
Yep.
There's training facilities that, and I know KTM, we invest heavily in that.
Yes.
To make sure our riders have everything at their disposal to be successful. You know, whether it's a suspension guy, a nutrition guy, a training guy, you know, just all those, and that gives you, from a rider standpoint. I know when I was Rodney Smith's mechanic, you know, Rodney won GNCC titles. You know, when I was with him for 7 years, he won 10 national championships. And it was one of those things where I worked really hard because I knew what it was like to be on the motorcycle, and I didn't want to be the guy that let Rodney down.
That makes sense.
And when Rodney got inducted to the Hall of Fame, he and I were talking about it, and he told me the same thing. He said, I know how hard you worked on the bike and everything you did to make my day successful. So he said, there was no way I was going to let you down.
That is awesome. It definitely takes both sides of it. We saw that yesterday on the ATV side. Man, this back and forth. Well, not quite back and forth yet, but the pressure Ricky Russell has been applying to Grant Davis here. And then Grant Davis, like, finding another gear out there, putting a little bit of a gap on him.
Yeah. So I think, you know, I remember we were at one GNCC, and a guy comes up to Rodney. He goes, hey, what tire are you running today? Rodney goes, I don't know, ask Mark.
There it is, yeah.
Because you take those decisions out of the rider's hands, even though they're capable of it, and it lets them focus more on their racecraft and doing things to make them successful. And when you know you have a whole team behind you, it makes you, if you have the right guy, like a Juha Salminen that was totally dominant when he came over here, and we've had other guys the same way, but it lets them focus, and they really put in 100% because they don't have to worry about, you know, a hotel reservation or what time am I going to run, you know, should I change the brake pads, or, you know, just all that stuff. Did I tighten this? Did I, you know, how much air do I run my tires? But now they run looses, so that's another thing. Right. Like on a day like today, looses would have been a godsend back in my day.
Oh, no doubt.
We had spare wheels stacked up, you know, and you tippy-toe through the rock sections, and now these guys can just hammer it.
That's it. That's absolutely it.
But then on the other side, we could take those times to catch our breath. But these guys don't have that.
Oh, good point. It's a sprint now. I mean, from flag to flag, it is an absolute sprint to dogfight. Give you guys a quick update here. Obviously, Grant Davis, physical leader on the track. Ricky Russell, a few rows back. So on that time adjustment, your top riders stand Ricky Russell, 10-4. Out in front, Jordan Ashburn in the 2 spot. Grant Davis back in the number 3 position. Stu Baylor 4th. Cody Barnes in the 5 spot. Ben Kelly moves up to 6. Grant Baylor 7th. 8th going to be Josh Toth. 9th going to be Strang and Angus Reardon going to round out our top 10 here after 2 and about a third of the way through this one.
And I think, too, something that's kind of become a big topic lately is XC1, XC2.
Yeah.
And, you know, because we saw it with Shane Watts and Juha Salminen. When they came over, they raised the game. And now I think these XC2 guys are reminding the XC1 guys, it's like, hey, the race starts when the green flag waves.
That's it.
You don't kind of cruise for an hour and then wait, we're racing. You know, and it's because another thing, back when I was racing, it was different because we had 250A Open A, there was no Pro Class. And every other race, we would take turns being in front.
Oh, yes.
You know, and I tell you, 9 times out of 10, I wanted that front row. As you get out, get that clear air, and drop the hammer.
Big difference.
And, so I think the XC2 guys have kind of caught the XC1 guys a little bit by surprise this year. It's because, again, it's the little brother thing.
Yeah,
they've seen what's possible, and they want to go to the next possible.
That's absolutely it. You know, we talked. I remember when I first started 2017 calling races at the national level. We would have races where on the broadcast I'd get so hyped because an XC2 guy would be leading it after one, and Rodney Tomlin and Johnny Gallagher would be like, yeah, for now.
Yeah.
And I thought, man, how? And they were right. You know, you get into that second hour, that third hour on the two-wheel side, and they would just fade back. It just wasn't possible until it was. Yeah. And this last year and a half has shown us that.
Yep.
So these are our start row gaps. Row 1 to row 2, 8 seconds. Again, these are different from what we see at a normal GNCC, typically anywhere in the 10-second range. So row 2 to row 3, 7 seconds. So that kind of gives you an idea of how it looks, and it kind of continues that way for each row back, with Ricky Russell being back in row 3. So that's where your time adjustment comes into play. So Ricky Russell, your leader on adjusted time. So as of right now, he's in a good spot, doesn't necessarily have to press Grant Davis. And on the flip of that, though, if you are Grant Davis, he was a row 1 guy, he's got to try and check out and put a gap on these guys.
Yeah, it's kind of the shoes on the other foot.
That's it, yes.
He gets to see what it's like to be in the front row and having somebody chase you. So see his mentality, and then like we were talking about a little bit earlier, I think this is a big race. You know, I know Grant wants to win this one really bad. Yeah. But I think big picture, as long as he beats Ben Kelly, he's in a great position, because I think barring injury or some mechanical problem, it's going to come down to those two when we're all said and done.
Yeah, they have certainly separated themselves from the pack. Mark, will you be out at the event tomorrow in Davis?
Absolutely, yeah. You'll recognize my bike has a number 4 on the front of it for some unknown reason.
I can't imagine why. Is it a 4X? Maybe, you know. All right, okay, it should be. I'm just throwing that out there, man. Well, yeah, Mark, it's been a great weekend. I'm so glad Megawatt did justice, and I was glad he jumped in there because he was there. He got to witness it. That was an interview I felt he should take as opposed to me, so I'm glad you got to meet up with our mutual buddy Megawatt, talk about that a little bit too.
Oh, Megawatt, he's awesome.
He is. He's a historian.
He's a historian. Yes. He's a fan of the sport, and he knows details that people didn't even know themselves. Yeah, I love my time when I get to talk to him.
If I'm at a GNCC, I call Outdoor Pro Motocross with them as well. We chill in the hotel and at dinner, and we're bench racing, and I've started taking notes, and I think I'm slowly learning the history at least back to the 70s, and I don't know that I'll ever do it justice quite like Megawatt does, but man, he's a walking encyclopedia, total asset for our sport.
Yeah, he's funny because the one year I rode Loretta's when I turned 50. The first moto I got third. I wasn't off the track 2 minutes. On my phone, I got a text from Megawatts.
Of course,
goes, you know, a 3-1-1 wins you the title.
That's it.
You know, it didn't happen, but we still ended up on the podium. But it was a great week and just something different. But you know, and that's what a lot of these kids too. They've expanded. Man, this is awesome. I love. These were the type of tracks, you know, I loved back when I was racing. The really technical, picking your lines, being smart, and you can really make a lot of time or lose a lot of time in sections like this. Yeah, that looked like Jordan right there. He's really good at this stuff too.
Yes,
and Baylor down.
Baylor off the machine, just finding a way to make it work. So Ashburn going to get around Stu Baylor right there.
So we've already saw the lapper. There goes Toth now making his way through here at Howard Soul. We saw those lappers causing some problems earlier for Russell there. So keep that in mind as they approach some more lappers.
And it's really interesting to watch the different riding styles. Like you see Josh Toth, that guy, his technique is money. He reminds me a lot of Juha Salmon, and is that Ben Kelly we got going there?
That is Reardon.
That's right. Yeah, see the green number plates. But yeah, and Josh, when he's up on his pegs like that, picking really good lines, we watch Grant Baylor, who's total opposite. He's the bull of the China shop.
Bulldogging.
Yeah, you know, he's fantastic at what he does. But you know, Josh reminds me a lot of Juha Salmon. Feet on the pegs, low RPMs, just lets the bike work and do its thing. And you think sometimes he's a B-rider when he goes by because he's so smooth and makes no noise. Yeah, you know, and you can see when we got the top guys in the sport dabbing and pushing and struggling, you know it's a tough race course.
Josh Strang.
Yep. Josh, another guy, very talented.
Yeah, he said he's got a love-hate for this place. It's more of a, hey, just kind of make the best of it and go have some fun. You end up where you end up.
Craig DeWong now. Oh, and he's got some company. There's the 8 machine.
So Mike Wachowski just behind him.
And then Duval behind that.
Thad has had some great rides at this location. I remember the one year he and David Knight battled. Thad almost became the first XC2 guy to pull off an overall because it came down to the last lap with him and our buddy from Britain there when they were over here battling when David Knight won his 2 titles. That's
Mud Fleece.
Yeah, come on.
We're calling on you.
Where's our help, guys?
That fella to put his barley pop down, get in there and help him.
Yeah, David Knight kidded with us after the race that he was just, that last lap he knew he had Thad covered.
Man.
But till that last lap, Thad was in the driver's seat. He put in a heck of a ride.
Thad going to have some company right now from Brody Johnson we saw there in that camera shot out of our XC2 class.
And the crazy thing when you come down to something like this, you can see there's spectators everywhere and lines everywhere. So, unless you went out and scouted that early, it's hard to tell where you should be going.
And here we go. Our leader's back on screen, and here we go. There's the pass, boys. Ricky Russell overtakes the lead on the inside here on our fire road.
Yeah, not a great pass there by Ricky Russell, but Grant Davis again, row 1. Maybe take a step back. Let's see what Ricky Russell's doing. Ricky tries to put a little bit of a gap on him now.
Yeah. And this side of the racetrack kind of favors the 450 or 350 bigger bikes because you saw that was at the bottom of an uphill, and Grant kind of lost his drive right out of the gate, and the 450 had that extra power to where he could just walk by Grant, where I think when they cross over the road and get on the other side of the mountain, it's a lot slower, more technical, and that's where Grant can take and use the 250 to an advantage. But this is where Ricky needs to drop the hammer and get a gap.
It looks like he has. If this is Ricky on screen, which I do believe it is, looking from our Yamaha Racing Live drone, he's been able to open up a sizable gap back to Grant Davis. And that is, he's trying to get away, boys.
Yeah, and this is the time for him to do it. Like I said, the track plays favor to the bike he's riding on this side. And like I said, Grant was probably hoping to keep him behind him, get enough gap, and then use his advantage once we cross over the road.
So we'll see if Ricky Russell on that Triumph able to run away and hide. Ricky Russell trying to, and Ricky's had some challenges this year. Mark, I think you may have mentioned it as well, putting together that complete 3 hours. He's been great real early in some races, and it's just not been in there in that second half of the race. Oh, nice tight pass there around some lap traffic.
And I think in Ricky's defense, he's on a brand new motorcycle that's never been raced in these conditions. But he's got a strong team behind him, that Enduro engineering squad. They have, Alan Rant heads that up, and he was Mike Lafferty's mechanic when Mike won 8 National Enduro Championships. So they know what they're doing, and they just need a few races, I think, under their belt to see what the bike's going to do, and then that'll let Ricky know what he can and can't do. So that team will just keep getting better and better.
He's certainly showing it, putting it on display here at Snowshoe. Arguably, boy, what a testament to the Triumph machine this would be. Arguably the toughest track of the season. Oh, one of that outside line has to check up.
And if you'll think back, we saw Ricky on both the 250 and the 450cc machine. That goes into some of the stuff that's happened to him here this year, trying to get his feet under him here with this 450cc machine.
Yeah, the 450 wasn't available when the season started, but as we see Grant Davis on his 250 KTM, I don't think it matters.
No, they're more than capable.
Yep, if you can ride, you can ride. And we've seen a lot of the 250 guys, like I said, they've learned. Again, I think it goes back like from the beginning. They ride the Stay 6, they ride the 50s, they ride 65. So by the time they get to the XC2, and again, all the things they have at their disposal to use, it speeds the learning curve up so fast. And it really helps. And that's why I used to tell Rodney Smith, I said, I told him, I said, I've taught you everything you know about off-road racing, but I haven't taught you everything I know about off-road racing.
Heck yeah. That's it.
And it does. That stuff like that, just some little tips. If people listen, it makes a world of difference. Yep. Just little setup tips, like coming here today, being rocky, you want to run a little softer suspension setting so the bike's more pliable in the rocks and it's smoother and takes up the hits a little bit better, and just all kinds of little things like that once you put them all together, it makes a big pile of knowledge that you can really make work. And and also Grant, he is, I just think about it, he is the younger brother.
That's right. That's true. Yeah,
Nick was really good in his day, and his whole family. They've all raced. His dad, his sister, his brother. So he comes from a long line of racers, like we talked about with some of the other guys. The Plessinger family, the Charlie Mullins and Caleb Russell and all those guys. So they have a big history.
Ooh, here comes Toth now, making his way up behind Ashburn. Ashburn having a ton of lap riders in front of him.
Yeah, we saw there, Jordan gets behind those lap rider, loses drive. You saw his feet off the pegs. Toth comes up there, feet on the pegs, his bike really smooth. And when you're on the pegs like that, you can load and unload your bike with suspension-wise, so you don't take a big hit and that rock shoots you someplace you don't want to go. And in the rocks, too, I tell the guys, you kind of want to play sheep herder because you're going to hit a rock and it's going to, you can't be really rigid on your bike and say, I'm going here. You kind of got to herd it down the trail and let it pick its little path of least resistance, so to speak.
Watch that unfold here. Mile marker number 5. Lappers starting to become a bit of an issue for our front runners here. Some guys having to check up. Ashburn, one of those, maybe creating some opportunities back there. Maybe Stu Baylor able to make up some time as well after some struggles at Howard's Hole.
There goes Strang now making his way through. Going to be followed, I believe, by Draper that was on that Ampro Yamaha machine. Grant Baylor now making his way by. There's Craig DeLong.
I tell you, it's really neat the way this course opens up and tightens up. It throws kind of everything at you, and you really have to be ready for everything. You see we got some big power line sections here, and then we'll dump back into the tight woods. Again, they're getting into the rockier, more technical side of the course over here. And it's really a battle in some of these, especially once the lap riders kind of get plugged up in the best line, which is kind of a bad line in itself. So this will be interesting to see if Grant has anything up his sleeve on this side of the track.
His opportunity to maybe make up some time. These guys, they are hauling down the fire road too, man. That is, didn't quite do it justice there. Moving. A little sketchy for the dirt bike guys. Those kind of speeds carrying through these sections right here. Heard a lot of folks make some comments about that. Matter of fact, it's kind of interesting. I heard Johnny say at the beginning of the broadcast, a lot of people saying this is the toughest snowshoe they've ever raced. Ryan Eccles made the point. He's like, I feel like it was the easiest one I've ever laid out, but maybe I was wrong. So who knows?
Well, with the weather we had a lot of rain, which is good because it kind of gets the rocks, keeps them together. The soil gets a little better and more compacted, and so it helps so you don't have as many loose rocks, which I think will help. But the thing with the course, like we just saw there, we're going from a section where you're going really fast to really tight. And that sometimes for a rider can be difficult. You're grabbing third, fourth, fifth gear, and then all of a sudden you're first, second gear, picking your way through that. So to adjust those is really difficult at times.
So there goes our top two. Ricky Russell still leading the way. Grant Davis right there, but joining the chat now is going to be Jordan Ashburn there. He has physically gotten up with those guys. Baylor going to make his way around Stu Baylor. And then was that another Kawasaki that we saw behind him there in that shot? Have to wait for the next one to clarify, but I do believe it was. I believe possibly Toth making his way all the way up to Baylor.
And Grant Baylor's in that mix.
Grant, I was going to say Grant was in the mix.
Yeah, so we got a lot of guys. So and this thing with this race, because it is so technical, I think after the gas, after that 2-hour mark is really when you're going to see things kind of separate out, because guys are fresh and, it's not super hot out, so the guys can have some good energy today, but this track will really wear you down. And so I think, maybe some guys managing things till gas and then see what they got left.
We are off and rolling here just over about a little more than an hour into this one, or a lot more than an hour. We are approaching that 2-hour mark of what will be a 3-hour race when it's all said and done. Grant Davis, some back and forth with the 2-1-2 triumph of Ricky Russell. But on the adjusted time, it is the rough and rowdy Ricky Russell out in front leading the way. He had his first career XC1 win here in 2017. Can he add to the collection of snowboards with one here today? A lot of racing left to see how it sorts out for Ricky Russell. But Jordan Ashburn, he is an incredible technical rider. He's in the mix. You've also got Stu Baylor back there lurking. Cody Barnes having a day. Ben Kelly, sense of urgency in him. He needs a win. Who's it going to be? We're well into Snowshoe. We'll be right back after this.
Everywhere but the seat. The seat is leather.
Alan, we get it. You love your bike. We do too.
That's why we're America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
But do you have to wedge it into everything?
What? Don't do that. This reminds me of my bike. The wolf was about the size of my new motorcycle. Have you seen it, by the way? Happy birthday, Grandma!
Really?
Look how the brushstrokes follow the line of the gas tank.
Hey!
Brought my +1. Jamie.
The Blackwater 50-year reunion celebration is coming to Davis, West Virginia on Monday, June 23rd. Here's your chance to line up on the iconic main street of Davis for an epic photo and video opportunity with the Blackwater film crew. Then after the lineup and photos are taken, we will meet at the Riverfront Park for food and drinks from our friends at Siriana's Cafe. Join us on Monday, June 23rd after the Snowshoe GNCC in Davis, West Virginia.
You hear that? That's the new stuff. It's going to be 90 minutes of nonstop fun.
We're out here at High Point, stay in the dirt, baby. We're gonna get after it.
How was your day in the dirt, all right?
Red Bull Day in the Dirt out east is returning to High Point August 29th through the 31st. That's Labor Day weekend at High Point. You know what that means? It means fun. It means dirt bikes. It means hanging out bench racing with your pals. So come join us. Red Bull Day in the Dirt. We'll see you there.
And welcome back to GNCC Live here on RacerTV.com. Snowshoe GNCC, where we pay tribute to the Blackwater 150 years of racing GNCC. Well, coming into this weekend, a lot of talk about the Blackwater 100, 50 years of GNCC. And oh yeah, but wait, there's more. The ISDE coming up. And as always, we had that ISDE golf tournament here on Snowshoe Mountain.
One of the traditions of Snowshoe is the annual ISDE golf tournament on Friday leading into the weekend. Racers, team members, and industry personnel all come out to enjoy some good times,
Yeah, baby!
friendly competition, and raising funds for the U.S. ISDE team to be sent to Italy later this season. We were able to catch up with a couple of the riders taking place in the fun. A rider representing and out here on the golf course as well. What are we feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here participating. That's about as far as my golf game goes. Awesome that we get to come out here, all the riders and even team members, and kind of enjoy their Friday. You know, it's a long season and a lot of hard work. So,
touching on the ISDE team last year, getting a fill-in ride this year, earning that spot, man. Talk about how good that feels to be chosen this year right off the bat and ready to represent USA once again.
Yeah, you know, last year was a last-minute call a little bit. I didn't get much time to prepare, so this year it's cool. I'm honored to be a part of the world team, and you know, it's always an honor to be selected to represent the USA. So I'm gonna go over there, give it my best, and I have quite a bit more time to prepare this year, so my standards and how I want to do is a lot higher. So yeah, hopefully I can be part of bringing back the gold for America.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, the annual ISDE golf tournament. Jesse Ansley, we're here at hole number 9. An incredible starter shot. What is it going to take to bring this thing home?
Dude, our teammate absolutely crushed that one, didn't he? 5-iron. We're looking at about a 12-foot putt. He's probably going to sink it. We're still like 3 under, so.
Now we focus our attention to the putt. Draws back, it's gone. And that's all it takes.
An eagle right there. That's an eagle. Self-eagle.
There it is, folks.
Whether we play good or bad, all about having a good time, supporting the cause. ISD is pretty cool.
Zach, hell of a job. Golf talk, man. That was
thank
good.
You, sir. Yes,
that was good. This is as cool as it gets. ISDE, $76,000. I think I read that correctly.
Yep.
$76,000 raised on behalf or for. Oh, that fan feels amazing. For Team USA heading to ISDE, this is just, I mean, that's as cool as it gets. That's USA right there. And we need a little USA in our lives right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The crowd was into it. The team is into it. And, yeah, we're ready to go over there and do battle. It's going to be fun.
Well, you know what? We've got, you've heard Mark Hyde talking about it, as a matter of fact, families. It was kind of on the father-son topic and the generational, I guess, transformation year after year, welcoming riders into GNCC racing. But GNCC is about family. It's about safety, of course, but family, and that's not just a cliche all over. The big ones we know of, Stu and Grant Baylor, right? Well, hey, we've also got the Johnson brothers, and we got a really, really cool feature featuring those two guys.
Here is the story of Johnson and Johnson. The Johnson brothers are just two good old boys from Lundrum, South Carolina, who are chasing the same dream. First, there is John Johnson, 28 years old, and his younger brother by 5 years, Brody. They raced together in the AMA Grand National Cross Country Series.
I've been riding and racing since I was about 4 or 5, and probably the same for Brody. You know, we just keep racing each weekend.
Grew up riding together and racing together all our lives, so for both of us to be up front is pretty awesome.
It's pretty cool, you know. We get to travel, you know, all over the country and race each other and just share each memory. You know, when we get older, it's going to be something to look back and talk about. You know, because we've done this for quite a few years now, and it's just cool.
And me and Jonathan, we pretty much do everything together. You know, when we take off to go to a race, you know, we're traveling together, riding together, and pretty much everything we do that deals with a dirt bike is together. And you know, most anything outside of racing, you know, we're pretty close. Got a brother rivalry, you know. You don't ever want him to beat me, or he don't ever want me to beat him. So you know, you like to see him doing good, or you know, you like to see me doing good. But you know, I don't ever want him beating me.
Yeah, you know, I want to catch him and beat him every time I can. And this year he's really improved. And I don't like to say it, but it's true right now. He's definitely faster than I am.
No matter who it is, your brother or sister or friend or whatever, you know, you spend enough time with somebody, you're eventually going to run into something, you know, over disagreements or whatever, but we obviously do, so no big deal. You know, probably might not talk to him for 30 minutes or an hour, or maybe not a day, but, you know, within a couple days, a couple hours, we're back to normal and doing things how we usually do.
For the most part, we get along, you know, really well. We travel all over the place, and we just kind of let each other do what we want to do, and just kind of try to stay out of each other's way. And you know, we always make it work. You know, we fuss and fight sometimes, but for the most part, we keep it pretty civilized.
People come all from around the world and around the country just to race GNCC.
Just, you know, probably one of the biggest series is around. You know, maybe even in the country or the world. It's the place to be if you know this is where everybody comes to, and probably the best competition in the world as well.
Every kid, you know, on a mini bike, you know, at least got a hope and looks up to the top XC1, XC2 guys. You know, that's where you always want to be. Yeah, to be there, you know, it's awesome. You know, it's like living a dream. No complaints there, and be up there doing that, you know, loving it.
Even when I was a kid, and I think any kid that's racing out there, you know, you look up to the pros and you want to be under one of those semis or running on, you know, one of the top front rows. And to be able to do that and come this far, and with my brother, and you know, we're both running at the highest level. It's something that we grew up doing, and now that you're older, it's like, you know, you don't want to quit. Nobody wants to quit. Just happy to do it, and it's just fun, really. Just hope we can continue to do it.
Well, very cool future again. GNCC, all about family, and nothing says family quite like a sibling rivalry. They were cordial, but let's be real, man. You want to beat bro.
Hey, absolutely. The pressure's on, and they say there's nobody you want to beat more than the guy that's under the same tent as you. Well, how about the guy that's been in the same house as you your entire life? But both of them really stepping up their game now. Jonathan jumping down to that XC3 class. He's had a lot of success, and we were just talking here in the studio. Brody Johnson really coming into his own as well.
And both of those guys be representing USA in the ISDE as well, and maybe a sensitive subject right now. We welcome into the booth, reluctantly welcome into the booth, Jason Tino from the Factory Gas team. Man, how you doing?
I'm doing really good. Just recovering from ACL surgery I had about 6 weeks ago. But, yeah, the Johnson brothers are going to ISDE, and Cooper Jones is filling in my spot. But it is a sore subject.
Sure.
Man, I'm just happy to see everybody going over there.
You talk about representing USA over there, the pressure that you guys feel throughout a GNCC season. How different is it over there representing versus something that you guys face here? I know you were walking around earlier. You were like, man, I wish I was out there right now. But that's got to be an entirely different kind of race.
It is an entirely different kind of race. We're used to sprinting over here, but over there it's just so much bigger. There's riders from different countries, and my first time I was just wide-eyed the whole time. It was just really cool.
Yeah, it's got to be one of the more unique experiences as a rider for sure. And we had that golf tournament going on, man. It's cool to see the companies, the industry people that all come together to take part of that and raise money to help get you guys over there.
Absolutely.
Well, let's talk Snowshoe a little bit. This is one of the more unique stops on the circuit. Ricky Russell, we're seeing him do well, but Grant Davis and that man right there, Jordan Ashburn, really coming to light as it looks like Ashburn physically in front of Grant. There goes, I believe, Russell, and now Ben Kelly up into the mix as well. So I was looking at, I believe that's Toth in the pits at the moment. What kind of sticks out to you about this snowshoe course?
I mean, we got a whole bunch of rain during the week, but from what I've seen, the conditions look good. I heard over the backside of the mountain, it's really muddy and gnarly, but as you can see, they're washing.
There's a shot of those tires that Stu is running.
The Baylor brothers like to run that trials tire.
Yeah, we were talking about the variety, trials tire and a paddle tire, all there in the XC1 class. As a rider yourself, how sensitive are you to those changes between something like a grippy tire versus maybe an 82 or the paddle tire as well?
I mean, tire choice is a very big factor, but man, I was looking at that in the pits. It just doesn't make any sense to me at a route to run a paddle tire, but people say good things about it.
To each their own, as we see Grant Davis in and out. Ashburn just ahead, and there goes Ben Kelly as well. And yeah, maybe lost a little bit of time through that section right there as well. This is kind of another one of the more unique sections, a bit of time on the asphalt here, and these are one of the simple sections that can reach up and grab you as well. I've seen a couple people start pushing the front end. It's the simple stuff that can get you here as well.
Especially when it's raining. Fortunately, it's dry right now.
Right.
Yeah, go figure. The driest, hottest race we've had was up here on the mountain. Who knew?
Yeah, I think this is the hottest one I've been to. It's GNCC. It is warm.
It's got some. This is our prelude, Zach, to Loretta's.
Oh, I'm ready. LL25, baby. We're training.
Dude. So continue to watch this one unfold. Grant Davis doing his thing out in front. But, man, I got to hand it again to Ricky Russell on that Triumph machine. Out in front, he's had the physical lead. He's had it on adjusted time. And then Jordan Ashburn, it was interesting. Jordan always, makes time. He was a man focused today during that Yamaha Racing pre-race report. I said, do you have some time? He's like, not really. I'm busy. I was like, okay, well, give me a couple seconds. And he was very short, sweet, to the point. You know, this feels like a good track that's kind of made for him, something that he excels at. He's excelled here in the past. He's got a win here in the past as well. This is just right up. He's one of those really good at those hard enduros. This has just got Jordan Ashburn's name written all over it.
Yeah, and he's been consistently creeping forward as well, right? A 1%, 2% difference, but almost everywhere on the track. And Jason, you can kind of talk to this when you're on, man. When things start feeling right, it seems like Ashburn's just kind of got the flow going on his side.
Absolutely. Jordan, I mean, he started on row 3, and he has made his way up to the front. That's awesome to see.
So watching one of these, the high-speed section is one of the talking points about Snowshoe as well. We get into the technical stuff, the Howard's Hole, but, man, you guys really reach some fast speeds out here.
Yes, you do, especially on those roads. They doesn't look to be too dusty right now. I know last year it was really dusty. You couldn't see anything, but the conditions look pretty good.
Are you one of those guys that likes the higher speed stuff, or
I like everything?
Are you just enjoying the ride, man? I love it.
Change up. Kawasaki boys doing work. Josh Toth is your overall leader when he checked in. Stu Baylor just checks in right there. He's in the 2 spot. And now we wait on Ricky Russell, Ashburn, and Grant Davis to see where they stack up. So new leader, 206, Josh Toth. Is this Grant? No.
Yes,
it is Grant.
It is
okay.
Grant. So a big shakeup there, it seems like, right at the tail end of that lap as we see Ashburn. A bit more.
Craig.
Yeah.
Big change from the paddle tire to the EN91.
Catch. Let's go. Tino with the call. So Ashburn in the 3 spot. Ricky Russell has checked in. He moves up on the adjusted time to 4th. Grant Davis now back in the 5th place position. Boys, is this the first time we've talked about Grant Davis being outside of the top 3 this year?
At least until he's worked his way into
round 1. I take that back in round 6. He had an 8th and a 6th place finish. But I guess he's just been that good. It feels like it anyways.
Yeah, Davis has been on fire, and I do remember after Old Gray, which if I remember correctly, was that 5 or was that 6?
I believe it was. It's been a long time ago.
I just remember him coming off of the track and him saying, "We got to ride rocks more." He needed to get more comfortable in rocks.
Yeah,
so
I do remember.
I was kind of curious coming in this weekend to see how much homework he'd done. He's looking comfortable right now, but yeah, shuffling in the direction he does not want to go.
I think Jackson heading down to the pro pits. See if he can get a word in there. Maybe get some input on from the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna pits about Craig DeLong, the tire switch.
There you saw your overall leader on adjusted time, Josh Toth, making his way through. I believe another rider representing ISDE.
Yes, he is.
Yep, so Toth.
He was, I think him and Grant were 5 seconds from each other for the Top American. Toth grabbing that spot.
About as tight as it can get right there. So Josh Toth, man, last shot we had, or a shot earlier of him coursing his way through Howard's Hole. Mark Hyde was complimenting him, just very methodical through there, real technical rider up on the foot pegs. And boy, he finds himself leading this one. Grant buzzing past us. See if Grant is able to charge, a situation we've not really seen Grant in much this season back there this far.
I haven't seen Ricky Russell come through.
Yeah, waiting on time to score right on cue. There he is.
There he is.
We were talking about the Johnson brothers. Shout out to the Whitmer brothers as well. Lane and Cole Whitmer out of our A classes were in 17th and 19th overall.
Yeah, those guys cracking into the top 20. As far as our amateurs go, Lane Whitmer would be your top amateur if it ended right now. Hunter Smith in that 18 spot. And then, let's see, Cole Whitmer out of that open A, leading the class and 19th in the OA. That would be your top amateur podium. Solid day. Good day to be a Whitmer. How about that? Jack Walker into that top 20 as well out of that XC2 class on the Beta.
Yeah, I heard you talking with Josh Strang earlier, kind of put on the manager hat, talking about Walker learning to calm down a bit there in that XC2 class, and it's cool to see Josh taking on that role and kind of having to switch back and forth between, I've learned it now, the way he talks about his own racing program versus the way he talks about Maverick and the kids' racing program versus his riders there at the Liqui Moly Beta team. So it's cool to see the new chapter there for Josh Strang.
Yeah, certainly setting himself up to continue to be a part of the industry. I think that's a good fit for Josh. Love this shot right here. It's the kind of switchback, I guess, if you will, under the bridge. You got him going over the bridge. Really, really cool section. Speaking of Strang, I believe that was him right there. Was that Draper behind him?
Couldn't quite tell.
So I have not yet have a chance to look at the track. I've been stuck up here on flat ground with this ACL, but coming over the bridge, this heads right down into Howard's Hole, right? It is not how it was last year, how they cut that new section in.
Neither one of us have been.
I believe this goes right down into Howard's Hole.
So you might be right.
Yes.
Yeah, correct. Okay. Got confirmation.
Grant go by.
What are your thoughts? I know the ATV riders, they talk about Howard's Hole, and it's just a fingers crossed, hope to the good man above that you can get through it. But the riders, it's a little bit different. How do you try to navigate fine lines, or are you just trusting what teams and fans are telling you? Do you have kind of preset lines? What's it like?
Yeah, you definitely trust your team pulling you through there. But, I mean, you're down there Saturday, Friday. Actually, we can't look at the track on Friday, but you can kind of tell where to go, what holes are deep, and you kind of just walk your way through. And this Toth makes his way through here right now pretty smoothly.
Yeah, that was a pretty smooth technique right there as Toth continuing to stretch things out. Toth, I would believe, kind of one of the more well-rounded riders out here as well, so putting that to good use in the variety of Snowshoe here. And the mud fleas might not be quite as many today, but
it looks completely different than
it's
what
a night
it was
and day
yesterday.
different. Yep. Did we go down? Did we experience?
I did not. I stayed away from there, but I've seen some videos. There's people climbing trees.
Yeah, I did it on crutches last year and regretted it. We forgot the XLR cable. Couldn't even do the shot.
Just to get the experience.
Yeah.
We just saw Stu Baylor coursing his way through there. Goes Grant Davis. Just behind him. And Jordan Ashburn, man, looking good through there.
Ashburn was in front of Davis physically a little earlier.
You're right.
So.
I think Grant passed him in the pits.
Okay. And there we see Ricky Russell taking a little look around.
It'd be interesting to see like how Ricky Russell answers to this. He had that lead early on, and this is something Mark Hyde was even talking about, is these hot starts for Ricky, and he's had some struggles getting later into the race. Grant Baylor, almost said Grant Davis. Grant Baylor moving through. So we'll see if Ricky Russell able to respond and get himself back in a fighting position here late in this one. So Craig DeLong electing to take the paddle tire off, taking that more gummy tire option. So Jason Tino, man, give us the perspective on that one.
Seems that the paddle tire wasn't working too well for Craig, so he switched it halfway through and put a gummy tire on there.
Is that, I mean, that's, you leave that up to rider discretion at that point, right? Like, hey, Craig, how you feeling? And if he's screaming at the mechanic with the pit board, like tire change, tire swap?
Yeah, it all depends on the rider. I mean, I was looking around the pits, and I've seen both the Whitmer brothers are running that paddle tire too, and they're doing very well.
20, yeah, so, okay. So a lot of dependent on the rider, what you feel comfortable with.
What do you as the rider feel more or less of with that paddle tire in conditions like this? Is it the control, the stability?
I haven't ran that paddle tire very much at all. So I run that tire at Florida, but I haven't run it in the mud or anything since.
There we see Liam Draper, and looks like Gus Reardon. Yeah, on the other side of the spectrum, are you more of a gummy trials type?
I do really enjoy that EN91, but I have never ran a trials tire.
One of our slower riders making their way through.
Oof. And found the deep spot.
A little different than when Ricky did it.
I'm not sure. I didn't see first lap, but I was standing up here in the pits, and I think, did BK get stuck in here first lap? I seen his bike was covered.
Yeah, he was definitely having some issues. That's what he's been working his way back from.
Moving a little landscaping right there, helping the man out. Come on. We're rocking, a guy in a Coors Light shirt would help him right now. The Miller Light shirt. He's posted up on the tree watching. This guy, he brought his Hoochie Daddy shorts and his thighs out to help. Sun's out, thighs out. He said, I got you, brother. With one hand, he pulls him out of the dirt. That's true red-blooded American right there.
Nick DeFeo.
T-Rex.
Oh. Hey, how you doing? All right,
entering the chat.
Wachowski, I believe.
Like, man, Wachowski on the hot day, choosing the black and the red. Craig DeLong just behind him. Look a little more comfortable after the tire swap.
Yeah, it really didn't seem like DeLong lost too much time there from that tire swap, so shout out to the team for getting them in and out so quickly.
Man, Howard's Hole looks gnarly on camera. I can't even imagine what it's looking like right now down there in person.
Yeah, you said you were jealous you weren't out there checking out the track. Are you still measuring up point lines out there?
I'm still itching to get out there.
Oh, I bet. I get it. There we see
Toth rocking those leaves on the top of the helmet.
Man, he's on the move.
Yeah, just absolute statement right here from Toth.
The thumb up in the air there.
Yeah,
I like it.
He's having fun.
Yep.
Toth has had, he had that big win last year in Georgia that kind of set that tone for the XC2 class, and since then it's been some glimmers of that kind of Toth performance. What opened up, round one he had that second place, but boy, since then, not really had a lot of success. He's been outside of the top 10 all but once. He had a 9th place finish in round number 4. And I'm trying to think, it was Mason Dixon, actually, when I spoke with Josh Toth. He was kind of like, I got to figure this thing out and get back to those podium ways, those winning ways. Maybe gets things turned around here up on the mountain.
So we see Davis making his way through, as does Stu Baylor. And it looks like that was Ashburn right there as well. Back to your leader here.
Man, Toth making that look so easy.
Well, and that was a big tell right there as well, watching him take the handoff, do a little, I don't want to say showboating, but showing that he's comfortable. Like Tino was saying, he's having fun out there. And as a rider, when you're feeling the flow, little things like that right there, the small bobble that he was able to save, they don't shake you quite as much. Let's look at that, up on the pegs, making it look effortless out there.
Like Mark was saying, very feet on the pegs type rider. Suits this track very well.
And there we see Davis tap dancing his way through.
Almost a similar looking style to what we see out of Josh Toth. Let that bike do the work. One with the machine, man. Looking good.
And bring in, might have been one of our sweep riders there.
Was it Judd? Judd got to run some sweep today.
I think it was Lane Michael, honestly.
Oh, was it Lane?
He's told me from time to time.
I think it was.
If he needs to scratch that itch, he'll jump out behind one of those top guys.
Very cool. Lane Michael helping us out doing some track work.
Does he run the chest mount GoPro?
That's a good question. Well, basically, he's making sure we still have like our arrows up, all that stuff, radioing in toes, etc. Just kind of making sure everything's safe to race.
There we see Ricky Russell making his way. Another feet on the pegs type guy. You can see not even a dab.
Yeah, I wonder how similar this is to Duval, Washington for Ricky Russell. And was that Ashburn?
I believe that was Barnes right there.
It was Barnes. So Cody Barnes doing his thing. Cool to have him in those first 2 rows, battling with the guys, getting the shout out there on the starting line. Toth leading the thing. Stu Baylor, man, right where he needs to be. Again, he is not. It's so funny, you think of Snowshoe, kind of the party atmosphere. You're almost like automatic. Oh yeah, Stu's got to win here. It's almost like a Mandela effect. Like, I swear I remember Stu winning one. He hasn't. He's not had an XC1 win here on Snowshoe Mountain. And, yeah, it's just, it's interesting. He's not got one under his belt yet, but we'll get his perspective on that a little later in the show. Got a nice little feature with him. But, again, in a good position right now. Maybe he makes that happen today. He is the boss, right? I mean, he can tell Josh, like, yo, bro, pull over. I want this. Josh is not going to do it, though.
His orders.
I don't think Josh is going to relinquish that.
What road did Josh Toth start on today?
Man, I don't have the paperwork here. That'd be great. I cannot remember where Josh Toth was at as far as the starting order. Let's see. Josh Toth. Yada, yada, yada. Which maybe row 2. I think he was row 2. He was a 10th. He was 10th out there, so he was on row 2. So, hey, since we're talking about it, Stu Baylor and the win that has eluded him on Snowshoe Mountain, we had a chance to catch up with Stu and get his perspective on Snowshoe.
I think it's just not your typical GNCC course to where you can hold a line and manage that. And manage that gap. It's just so much can happen. In the short parts where it is very difficult, the lappers can play a major role. And, you could even go back to, I want to say 2021, sometime around there, Caleb and I, it may have been before that, Caleb and I battled all the way down to the finish, and a mile from the finish, a lapper got in my line right here at the power line hill, literally a roadbed to go, and it cost me a win. So, so it's just like something over me at this event. But nonetheless, I have a really good time. Like, this is one of those races where I become a fan. I get out there with the crowd. We get on stage and cut loose a bit. Got to sing Wagon Wheel last night and got to go down to Howard's Hole, run a chainsaw over my head, get the crowd fired up. But I genuinely enjoy this event for that aspect of it. Like, this is what to me, like, real racing is about. And the fans pay the bills at the end of the day. Like, so I am a fan. Like, I have to be a fan. Everybody here has to be a fan at the core of the sport. Honestly, it would mean a lot to me to get this particular overall, just because it has been lingering. Like, I've talked about it all year. Like, I went, we even talked about it at Talladega. I went at the new round. So 9 times out of 10, you see a new round, I'm going to win that race. And any of the new rounds that have been added in the last 4 or 5 years, I've won. So that put me to where I've won every single round that we race at. Every facility that GNCC goes to, I've got to win, aside from right here on this mountain. So that's one that's lingering. So it's just a personal feat more than anything, but it's something that I really want to do before I retire.
So there we get to hear it from Stu Baylor, and he's just about accomplished all that there is to do in GNCC racing, all except getting that championship that is waved over his head and getting this win right here on Snowshoe Mountain. Today could be that day, though. One person that's trying to put a stop to it, though, Johnny, is Grant Davis. No doubt about it. This is the race we've been looking forward to. Been looking forward to seeing him start up there on row number 1. I believe we got to catch up with him and hear his thoughts on this weekend.
Last year I got 4th overall, and last year that's where I was all year. And then this year I've been winning, so hopefully Tennessee, me and Ben battled for the overall there in the Rocks. So, and I made a bunch of bike changes since then and got better on the bike, and just been working hard, and hopefully I can get another win here is what I'm hoping for.
What's the place like everybody riding out?
It honestly doesn't even feel real. Like, it feels like when I win the overalls, it's like it takes a while for me to understand like that I actually just did that for sure. But my one trophy I've always wanted in my life is a snowboard, so I really want to bring it home this year here, and hopefully the last 4 rounds. I know Ben is fast here. I mean, shoot, he's been good here his whole life, and Stu and all them guys are too. They're good, so hopefully Stu's little injuries he's got can hold him back a little bit and help us out. But Ben will be fast, and it'll be a good fight today. I know that.
Well, the man is looking for a board, but right now starting to slowly but surely fall through the charts. We'll see if he's able to work his way back up and potentially grab it here, but for now it's the other XC2 rider, Josh Toth, that is making some splashes, Johnny.
Well, Jackson, worth pointing out, as we see Craig DeLong, we mentioned out that he had made that tire change, and they were going from the scoop tire to a EN91 low profile, somewhat of a gummy tire. Looking at the running order that just disappeared there on the left, Grant Davis still ahead of Ben Kelly. So though he is sliding down the overall running order, keep in mind, he's still stretching out the points lead. He had a 4-point lead coming in as they run right now. Him in 6th, Ben Kelly in 7th. He's going to make that a 5-point lead heading into the summer break if they finish as they run. We don't know. We still have a lot of racing action left, but this one's starting to shape up to be a barn burner, and it's been an exciting one to watch, Jackson.
Well, there you heard it, everybody. This one is shaping up to be a barn burner. And it has been a good one so far here at round number 9, the Yamaha Racing Snowshoe. We still have plenty more racing to go. Don't go anywhere. The boys have made their pit stops, and they're headed back out for another lap right now. Round 9 of 13 here for this season before we go into our summer break. Everybody wanting to get the big win here today to carry that confidence into their training, to carry that momentum into round number 10. As of right now, it is that man on the screen, the 2:06. That is getting it done so far. We'll see if Josh Toth can bring this one home. He's going to have a lot of competition, though, We'll be right back here on Racer TV with more.
Everywhere but the seat. The seat is leather.
Alan, we get it. You love your bike. We do too.
That's why we're America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
But do you have to wedge it into everything?
What? Don't do that. This reminds me of my bike. The Wolf was about the size of my new motorcycle. Have you seen it, by the way? Happy birthday, Grandma!
Really?
Look how the brushstrokes follow the line of the gas tank.
Hey!
Hey! Brought my +1. Jamie.
Blackwater 50-year reunion celebration is coming to Davis, West Virginia on Monday, June 23rd. Here's your chance to line up on the iconic Main Street of Davis for an epic photo and video opportunity with the Blackwater film crew. Then after the lineup and photos are taken, we will meet at the Riverfront Park for food and drinks from our friends at Siriana's Cafe. Join us on Monday, June 23rd after the Snowshoe GNCC in Davis, West Virginia.
Are you ready to rev up your race game? Look no further than Landers KTM, your ultimate trackside support. We offer top quality parts, gear, accessories, and more. Plus, enjoy free labor from our certified technicians to keep you on track. Join the passion with your local dealership right here to support all your racing needs. Our friendly staff is geared up and ready to take care of you. And don't miss out. Experience up to $500 savings on select KTM Stasics. Available in all sizes. So, what are you waiting for? Swing by Landers KTM today and let us fuel your racing dreams. Landers KTM, where your race begins.
On Track School is an online private school catering to some of the top athletes in the world. We offer a flexible schedule for students that are chasing their dreams and always on the go. We are an accredited K-12 school where students can graduate with a diploma. Scan the QR code or call us to book an appointment with one of our learning coaches to discuss your students' next steps.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
And we're back here, and I believe what we have on screen is a clip that Stu Baylor sent us from his iPhone showing the fun had down there at Howard's Hole yesterday. Again, a completely different scene yesterday than it is today, but the vibe's still high here on Snowshoe Mountain. So much joy flowing around Howard's Hole that you can barely make it out on the camera. The water and the Pepsi being sprayed everywhere. Maybe a few beers. Hard to say. You can see he's got some beads there. And look at the crowd. Nick DeFeo, youngster out there just enjoying his experience in Howard's Hole. We flash ahead now. We last saw the riders at the 6-mile marker. Running order remaining mostly the same. Did see a few position changes through there. And now we are seeing some of our A and B class riders working their way through. H class riders and these guys out there feeling like they're actually absolutely shredding, and they are, but actually now falling into the grasp of being lapped. Maybe some of these guys even for the second time here on Snowshoe Mountain as we wait and watch for your overall leader on screen. Josh Toth, physical overall leader, with a time advantage, having started there on row number 2, I do believe. Actually, Josh Toth 10th, so he was the last rider lined up on row number 2. So he's got about a 10-second advantage. Stu Baylor starting on row number 1. I don't know exactly what the gap was when they, on our last camera shot there, but as we looked at it when they checked in for 3 laps of racing complete, it did look as though, looking at the elapsed time, we were looking at about a 27:52, about a 25-second advantage for Josh Toth. And just like that on screen, Josh Toth, the 2:06, charging, pushing, and continuing to try to open up that gap physically over his, not only his teammate, but his team manager, his team owner, Stu Baylor. Yep. We talked about that a lot earlier in the season. Stu Baylor charging right there, coming through that camera shot there on the 10-mile marker. Yeah, missed him there coming through, but
mile 10. This is just before the FMF PowerPoint hill there.
Yep,
they're making their way up.
Stu Baylor did come through there in the number 2 spot. The gap looked to be about the same, maybe stretched out a little bit. Josh Toth there, not more than a couple seconds, so still probably looking in that 25 to 30-second range after the time correction. But again, Baylor, he wants to win these races. Look at this now. Ben Kelly on a charge up to the 3rd spot. Has gotten around Jordan Ashburn, but that is a battle right there on screen, folks. Ashburn in the number 4 spot physically on track, meaning that Ben Kelly has passed him, was all the way down there in the number 7 spot. Now the rider we're watching for is 922 on your screen, but the green number 1 is what you will see him as. Right. Grant Davis looking to come through, trying to get back to Ben Kelly. They started on the same row, so unless we missed Grant Davis when we cut away from that camera shot there, now it would be Ben Kelly potentially chipping away at the points gap, which we were just talking about, that Grant Davis was looking to add 1 more point in the running order as they are on screen. We'll wait, we'll watch, we'll see if the green number 1 of Grant Davis, again, we kind of jumped camera shots there. Here we see your leader on screen, the 2:06 of Josh Toth. Feet on the pegs, folks. Camera, the drone, not doing this section justice at all. Very, very steep. Jason, I know you've run here on the mountain many times. Crazy how steep that power line climb is.
It is.
We saw yesterday ATVs basically just parked there, being pushed, inch by inch, trying to get their way up this very, very steep 4,848 feet is the elevation here at the top. When they start that power line climb, I don't know, but I'm going to guess it's upwards of 500 to 800 feet of climbing just in that final section that we see from the drone. They're pretty crazy. The Toth, the 2:06, still charging onto the pavement. Lapped rider moving over out of the way. Toth is pushing right now. He knows he's getting close to the end of this one. Man, so close to those hay bales, clip of a foot peg, and that could go all wrong. But this rider, nothing but control. Taking a look. You see that there? Yep, Jason, you want to tell him what that was?
He was looking to see if his gummy tire is worn down, if he needs to change it, because he does have some time to make a switch.
He's letting him know that he has an issue he feels with that rear tire. Look at that. Whoa, no knobs left on that thing. Did you see that on the camera shot? Basically riding on a slick as he's coming through there, but making it work. We've seen this work here on Snowshoe Mountain before, where they run that gummy compound, and even on the carcass itself, obviously the tread is laid over top of the carcass. Sometimes they can get good grip even on that carcass. Oh no! Big shakeup, folks, on screen. Mile number 10, Grant Davis stopped. They are looking like possibly a shifter change. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah, Grant Davis, that definitely looks to me to be a shifter change. One of the KTM mechanics there, they got the speed wrench, the T-handle out, not able to shift that machine, and now he is able, but he's hung on the berm there, losing valuable seconds. Folks, unless Grant Davis can really put in a charge here in the final 2-ish laps of racing, less than 2 laps now, he may be in jeopardy of losing that overall points lead. Josh Toth, look at him shifting the weight all the way back, trying to get some bite out of that tire on the very, very slick paved surface, and he is down, tucked, hand behind. Look at him there. That is full speedway style, trying to get maximum speed out of that.
Tucking wind on that 250 on that open road section.
Got to get aero, man. You know, we see that in cycling. Nobody for him to draft because the riders ahead of him are lapped riders that he is going to dispatch very quickly. Gets around those riders, charging, and we will see. I don't know if we've been told factually yet, but it starting to look like this one may be a 5-lap race, because at 2 hours 5 minutes with a 30-minute lap time, you'd be looking at about he's maybe 2 minutes from the finish. You'd be looking 2:37.8, 2:39-ish. I don't know. We don't make those calls. We're going to wait and see what race direction decides, if it is a 2-lap card in the hands of Ricky Towery, or will it be a white flag waving. Yesterday, we were very caught off guard, I felt, by how quickly they threw the white flag in that ATV race. They know the conditions on the mountain are treacherous, and if they can get to the required time on this one, they're going to try and get these guys off the track as quickly as they can, because there's bottlenecks and treacherous sections all throughout this Snowshoe Mountain right now. Josh Toth navigating them best out front on the 206 Red Bear Rocky Mountain ATV MC machine. And look at this, Grant Davis, another rider, Grant Baylor, another rider who was up in the top 4th place, bike on the stand. That does not look like a tire change.
No, looks like he's having some bike issues.
Getting passed by a number of riders there, so he is going to be dropping down the running order, it looks like. Don't see any of his direct competitors getting a drink. Does not look like he's out of this one. They're spraying out the radiator, so maybe overheating. Very strange to put the bike on a stand, though. Maybe a radiator swap. We'll wait, we'll watch, we'll see what the issue is with Grant Baylor. And there, Toth checked in, looking at lap times. The only rider checked in so far with 4 laps complete, a 31:34, so slowing down almost a minute on that last lap of racing. Really telling of how tough the conditions are getting. And we also know Josh Toth with a deteriorating rear tire, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that one. Will the choice for Stu Baylor with that trials tire? We did see in that shot Grant Baylor also has that trials tire on. Tell you what, looked in good shape. Didn't look like it was chunking.
No, it's pretty good as it's on screen right now.
Yeah, they're really working on spraying out that radiator. Almost going to have to look at that. That tire looks to be in really pretty good shape, given the amount of miles and absolute torture they've put through. See, the knob's worn down pretty good, but they're not doing this to change a wheel and tire. They are spraying out that right side radiator. Now they're putting coolant in, so no radiator swap. Folks, they would not be putting coolant in if that was the case. Obviously, they were aware that this machine running hot enough that they knew they needed to add some coolant, spray out those radiators, get that thing cooled down. You could see, looking at the front, all covered in almost a slurry. What that does is it blocks up the fins inside the radiator, not allowing any air to flow through there, meaning that the bike is not cooling itself. Almost imagine a hot day and you're trying to go at speed. Oh, look at this, having a hard time now getting the machine restarted. I do believe they have it restarted, and Grant is going to remount and take off on what will be the completion of lap number 4 for him. Look at this now, all the way back to Brody Johnson, who was 10th place overall, so a big drop for Grant Baylor here. Jumping ahead, 1 mile in, we'll watch for the 206 of Toth. Man, big shakeups here on lap number 5.
And Johnny, not sure if you mentioned it there in the midst of all that chaos, but the 2-lap card is out as we see Josh Toth checking in here at the mile 1 camera marker. But once again, everybody, 2-lap card is out. 2 more left to go here in this one.
So going back to the points gap between Ben Kelly and Grant Davis, Johnny, I don't know if maybe you can answer this for me. I was talking about this with my buddy back at home. Theoretically, if Grant wins the overall...
There's Stu Baylor. That's your 2nd place rider. Go ahead, keep going with your thought there.
If Grant wins the overall, but BK wins XC1, and Grant moves up to XC1 class next year, who will run the number 1 plate?
That's a great question. We've never had that before. I do know that there are rules in place. We would have to actually speak. Now, Jordan Ashburn, look at this, back around Ben Kelly. So talk about a shakeup. Ben Kelly catching and passing Jordan Ashburn. Ashburn fighting back now, taking that position back away from Ben Kelly. Ben Kelly had been all the way up to that number 3 spot. Now looking like he's dropped back to the number 4 spot. Still, though, several positions as they run on course ahead of Grant Davis, meaning exact that. So now Davis has checked in. It looks like, unless he's still falling through the running order, we refresh our timing and scoring. No. So only your top 5 have checked in. It's Toth, Baylor, Ashburn, Kelly, and Barnes are the 4 riders checked in with 4 laps complete. And no big time gaps there until you get back to Cody Barnes, who is 2 minutes and 57 seconds behind Josh Toth. 2nd place in XC2 and 4th place overall. Now, Grant Davis coming in. So it looks like he has been able to salvage pretty good track position here still, even with that shifter change, still remaining ahead of Josh Strang, who last we saw was back in the number 9 spot. So big shakeups here as we refresh. Now Ricky Russell is checked in, Josh Strang is checked in, and Grant Davis in the number 8 spot. So with Ben Kelly running 4th and Grant Davis running 8th, that'd be a 4-point difference. There was a 4-point gap coming into today. Folks, how about as they run a tied championship overall points battle going in with 4 rounds to go? Our man Mikey Wayne's in the background here, and he's shaking his head and said, let's go. Charging now. Look at that, the shroud. They maybe didn't get the bolts back in, didn't see if that was like that before.
Maybe he clipped a tree or something with that right side, and that's where he lost his coolant.
Yep, there you go. So now Grant Baylor checking in the number 9 spot overall, and Brody Johnson just behind him will check in. Believe that would still keep him in the 10th place spot, and don't know what row he started on as compared to Grant Baylor. He is still behind Grant Baylor. So he is 57 seconds behind Grant Davis for 4th place in that XC2. Now we see some more lapped riders checking in, battling for position within their classes. Craig DeLong, after the wheel change, coming through looking like he'll be in the number 11 spot overall. So working his way up the ranks a little bit. A lap ago, DeLong was all the way down in 15th. So he's made up some positions after having changed that tire. And there is Gus Reardon in the number 5 spot in that XC2 Pro Lights class. So man, big shakeups throughout lap number 4. Out on lap number 5. Watch the riders as they go by on the bottom here, and up top you'll see the riders coming back. They've done about another half to 3/4 a mile. So even though they see each other, the riders coming by on the bottom part of that bridge have quite a ways to go. And try to track down this guy right here, your overall leader physically and on corrected time. There is Josh Toth leading the way on the 206 Red Bear Rocky Mountain ATV MC Kawasaki. Keep in mind, folks, it is our job to tell you what's going on and maybe create a little drama. Josh Toth making a signal to his pit crew as it comes through, pointing at the rear tire. From what I saw, maybe I was seeing it wrong. Jason, Jackson, you guys can weigh in here. Looked like the knobs were all but gone on that tire. He was pretty much running on what we would call the carcass. Tread was worn down to virtually nothing. And now, here comes the big man, Stu Baylor, your XC1 leader. 2nd place overall as they run. How challenging is this section? Stu Baylor, one of the best off-road riders in the world, doggy paddling his way through.
It looks so slick down there.
Mere mortals. Whoa. We missed Ben Kelly in our last camera shot. He is still in the number 3 spot, and that would give him actually a 1-point advantage as they run over Grant Davis. Having checked in that lap, he is still physically ahead of Jordan Ashburn. But we don't know on time correction. We'll have to go back and check that. Looks like we do have our man Zach Heron in the pits. I apologize, OPAG. Do not know he's with, but he's going to let us know. Look at this. He is with the Red Bear Rocky Mountain ATV team. We're getting an update on what's going on over there.
Hey, thanks, guys. Yeah, down here with Blake at the Rocky Mountain Red Bear tent. We saw Grant Baylor come in, a little bit of chaos going on. Take us through what happened.
Man, Grant was right there about to get an overall podium, and man, he made a small mishap at the bottom of the hill around 11.2, and pushed the radiator back and twisted and pushed the cap off, which is a very rare thing to happen. And we were able to assess it real quick. Doug and the boys from Cowie looked at it, filled it up, and put a cap on it, and we shipped him. And we don't know where he's at. I hadn't had a chance to look yet.
Gotcha. A strange situation, but the Rocky Mountain Red Bear team got it handled. Back to you guys.
All right, so there you go. That's an update from our man on the scene, Zach Herron. They're in the pro pits, checking in with the team at the Red Bear Rocky Mountain ATVMC with what was 3 riders up inside the top 5. Grant Baylor now dropping back to the number 9 spot on track. Gonna try to fight his way back, no doubt, to get himself up closer to the top 5, maybe back in position to battle for a podium. We can't say enough. Just when you think you've got this one sorted out, you know who's going to win, they're kind of falling into place. Snowshoe Mountain jumps up and says, hey, did you guys forget about us? We're the real competitors here. You got to get through the rocks. You got to get through the mud. You got to get up the slopes. You got to get through the fast sections. And it's really shaking things up here in the last 15, 20 minutes of racing. Just shake them all up. The only thing that's remained the same, Josh Toth still out front, leading the way.
Well, this is exactly what we were looking to see up here on Cheat Mountain. Our top riders going head-to-head, and Josh Toth right now sitting at the top of it. There he is on our Yamaha Racing Live Drone, making his way down through one of our very fast sections. And still continue looking like he's doing fine so far with that tire. He's able to make it work thus far.
Talking about the different tire selections, also the different bikes, a lot of guys saying, there is Cody Barnes, speaking of 250s. Some people saying the 250 would be an advantage here because it's slick. It doesn't get away from you as easily. You know, Jason will let you weigh in on this one, but other riders saying, hey man, there's a lot of fast sections here. There's a lot of places where you can kind of clicker up a gear on the old 350 or 450, the bigger bore machine, kind of find that grip, not have to clutch as much, not have to rev out the 250. Don't really know who's got the advantage. Obviously, we know Josh Toth out front leading the way, but Josh Toth, an absolute anomaly. We don't want to put the announcer's jinx on him. Our man Mikey Wayne's jumping back in here, but we talked a few years ago, if you remember, Mikey, Josh Toth coming through Howard's Hole, feet on the pegs, never dabs, and he dabs, almost falls over. Yeah. So we're not putting the announcer's curse, but right now he's making that 250 work, but then the next 3 riders behind him all on the larger bore. Stu Baylor on a 450, Jordan Ashburn on a 350, and Ben Kelly on a 350. So maybe the advantage to the bigger bore machines. Jason, what's your thought on this one?
My opinion on the subject is, I mean, Toth is just looking really smooth out there today. He doesn't even look like he's trying. So, I mean, he went through Howard's Hole there, feet on the pegs, didn't even dab one time. I'm not a regular announcer, so I won't jinx him, but he's looking good.
He is. Actually, Jackson Burrell just stepped out. He's heading over there, wants to maybe get the scoop on whether or not Cowie plans to change that tire. I mean, do you guys think that's something that holds up for another 45 minutes?
Man,
close to it anyways.
The fact, we'll let Jason weigh in from a rider standpoint, the fact that Josh saw the point, the necessity to point it out to his crew. Yeah. And we saw him kind of the back end getting loose coming through.
He's not losing time there.
That pavement is very slick, so that can be deceiving. But the fact he was pointing it out leads me to believe that he is at the very least considering, hey guys, if we've got another wheel and tire mounted up, which I'm sure they do, you know, they can do that switch in well under a minute if they do it smoothly. I mean, I've seen it done much quicker than that, but in the muddy conditions like today, you got to keep in mind, you got to pull that axle up. There is Stu Baylor. Look at that throw and roost. Maybe he's gotten the word that Josh Toth starting to have some struggles, and he's going to try to run him down. But Toth, feet on the pegs.
Looks like to me that Toth is charging to maybe open up that gap and maybe change that tire.
Jason, if this was you, you're Josh Toth. Pit crew standing out there. We know it will be coming to a white flag this lap. We still got a lot of racing on this west side of the mountain left to do, but if he's able to maintain this lead, what are you doing? Keep in mind, the rider always has the final say. You know, many times, you know, you can see a gas can out there, you can see goggles out there, a drink, you can see a tire. You got to rely on your crew, but it's ultimately kind of the feel of Josh Toth. Right. Does he feel he can keep the pace with that tire that's gone away? What's your gut telling you?
It looks like to me that Toth is continuing on with his pace. If it were me, I would probably try to continue running that tire and not let Stu get close enough to where he can see him. And then the battle would be on the last lap.
And keeping in mind, he doesn't actually need to stay ahead of Stu Baylor, just needs to stay within, give or take, 10 seconds. Yeah. Yep. So there is Baylor now down into the woods on that west side of the mountain. He's got a pretty good gap. If he's able to clean these tougher sections.
So there's Jackson just ran down to the Rocky Mountain Red Bear Racing Team Green Kawasaki.
tent and they said more than likely, which I think to both of your point is let's let Toth decide does he want to stop or not.
More than likely, but he has the ability to go by. Honestly, Josh Toth, in my opinion, not a rider that is going to kind of step outside what the team wants to do, but at the same time, if he knows he's not having an issue, it's not getting any worse, he's making it through the muddier sections, that's where it's going to hurt him, is in the muddier, deeper sections, like out on the slopes, on the rocky stuff. That tire's still hooking up pretty well. Looks like it's hooking up well in the roots. But, man, I got to say, if the Red Bear Rocky Mountain ATV-MC team is out there listening, guys, maybe a pit board that says, tire? Question mark. Leave it in his hands, because if they force him in, as it runs right now, 100% for sure, Stu Baylor, if the gap remains the same, will pass him, will put more than that 7 to 10 seconds on him. Toth will then have to run him back down in the final laps of racing. But then again, you play it safe. I think if you're Josh Toth, you're not really in the points battle for that XC2 class.
True.
Not taking anything away from him. He's had some good rides, but he is not in the thick of that championship battle. Let the man go for the win. I say send it. My vote would be
Snowshoe, man.
This Snowshoe, baby. He wants himself a snow. Josh Toth.
I think it depends on how this lap shakes up for Josh Toth on whether he's going to change that tire.
That's it. We've talked about this too. If you want to beat anybody on the track, it's the man under the same tent as you. Well, especially when that's your boss, and your boss is the guy who, hey, this one has eluded him. He's been, very adamant about that. If Josh Toth can roll back with an overall snowshoe mountain snowboard and make the boss man look at it, I mean, this is one Josh Toth will remember forever. So the mud, the blood, the glory, the beer, all of it. Josh Toth, he might have a piece of that here today.
Man, this one's getting exciting, folks. I love seeing when, these choices that these riders make before the race and during become a part of the race itself. And Toth still looking pretty strong there. A lot of kind of side-to-side movement there on that machine, though. And this would be a section of track where that tire would start to come into play, not getting quite as much dig into the ground as it was earlier in the race when he had full knobs left on that machine. But again, look, still
have a pretty good gap on Stu.
And that's not Stu. We saw Stu come down this section before, and he's up on the pegs and rolling. This is Johnny Gallagher style right here. He is absolutely just fighting for his life through this section. I might actually be off the bike walking myself down this section of racetrack. Jason, we've actually gone up that a number of times, and it is deceivingly steep. It is pretty innocuous there, but when you actually have to go up that, you're just spinning, barely making any way as you're heading up that slick section of climb. Ben Kelly now to nearly the rear wheel of Stu Baylor. So keep in mind, folks, they did start on the same row. So if Ben Kelly is able to work his way around Baylor, that is for an overall position as well as track position. And there is Jordan Ashburn now in the number 4 spot. And man, that's going to be real close on whether or not he is close enough to Ben Kelly and possibly even Stu Baylor to wrestle away that number 2 spot. And you see those 3 riders in red there all looking to potentially benefit if Josh Toth opts to come in and change that rear wheel for a fresh tire. I think all 3 of those guys will get him.
And a lot of focus, rightfully so, on Toth in that situation. Baylor in the 2 spot. What's going to happen between the 2 of them? Ashburn in the mix. When we look at the points championship, Johnny, Ben Kelly with an opportunity here if he can pick up some more positions, depending on how Grant Davis does back there. Last time we saw in 8th place. This is a good opportunity for Ben to kind of turn things around heading into that summer break. I don't know, last time, Johnny, you looked at that gap, we would be tied, dead even, going into summer break. So really, Kelly could use the benefit of a couple more spots moving forward.
Yeah, as they run on screen, at least, or on our running order, Ben Kelly in 4 and Grant Davis in 8, they would be tied. We know now that Ben Kelly is getting much closer to Stu Baylor, and with the whole Josh Toth rear tire situation in the mix, as well as Jordan Ashburn, we could see Ben Kelly jump all the way up as high as 1st. We could see him stay in that 4th place spot. But I think Grant Davis now with the shifter is going to start making moves.
Good point.
As you look at a lap's time, Grant Davis with 2:10.48, so only 5 seconds behind Josh Strang, and only 17 seconds behind Ricky Russell. and only about 41 seconds behind Cody Barnes. And again, that was after losing time. We saw how long he was sitting there at the 10-mile marker, swapping that shifter, much longer than 41 seconds. Yeah. So he is going to be on the charge, trying to pick off spots and trying to gain back an advantage over Ben Kelly, or at least minimize the number of points that Ben Kelly is able to draw back. And man, it's going to be exciting coming into summer break. I would love to see it tied. I just
same. I agree with that. Well, this one has been everything and more. 50 years of racing GNCC, Snowshoe GNCC, where we play tribute to the Blackwater 100, the Roadway Snowshoe Drive start, and why not some more history? Josh Toth, he's leading this thing. He's been sensational so far. He is under fire. His teammate, his boss, Stu Baylor, behind him in the 2 spot. Grant Davis, he's out there. He's getting shifter changes. Can he charge back? Can Ben walk away with the points lead? So much at stake. We'll be back right after this.
Everywhere but the seat. The seat is leather.
Alan, we get it. You love your bike. We do too.
That's why we're America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
But do you have to wedge it into everything?
What? I don't do that. This reminds me of my bike. The Wolf was about the size of my new motorcycle. Have you seen it, by the way? Happy birthday, Grandma!
Really?
Look how the brushstrokes follow the line of the gas tank.
Hey!
Hey! Brought my +1. Jamie.
Blackwater 50-year reunion celebration is coming to Davis, West Virginia on Monday, June 23rd. Here's your chance to line up on the iconic main street of Davis for an epic photo and video opportunity with the Blackwater film crew. Then after the lineup and photos are taken, we will meet at the Riverfront Park for food and drinks from our friends at Siriana's Cafe. Join us on Monday, June 23rd after the Snowshoe GNCC in Davis, West Virginia.
Are you ready to rev up your race game? Look no further than Landers KTM, your ultimate trackside support. We offer top quality parts, gear, accessories, and more. Plus, enjoy free labor from our certified technicians to keep you on track. Join the passion with your local dealership right here to support all your racing needs. Our friendly staff is geared up and ready to take care of you. And don't miss out. Experience up to $500 savings on select KTM Stasics. Available in all sizes. So, what are you waiting for? Swing by Landers KTM today and let us fuel your racing dreams. Landers KTM, where your race begins.
You hear that? That's 2 strokes.
It's going to be 90 minutes of non-stop fun.
Out here at High Point, day in the dirt, baby. We're gonna get after it.
How was the day in the dirt, all right?
Red Bull Day in the Dirt out east is returning to High Point August 29th through the 31st. That's Labor Day weekend at High Point. You know what that means? It means fun. It means dirt bikes. It means hanging out bench racing with your pals. So come join us. Red Bull Day in the Dirt. We'll see you there.
Progressive GNCC Racing is brought to you by Progressive. Progressive could save you hundreds of dollars on your automobile and motorcycle insurance. Specialized E-Turbo bicycles. It's you, only faster. Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com. Get ready. And welcome back to GNCC Live here on RacerTV.com. Snowshoe Mountain Snowshoe GNCC. We play tribute. There it is, Snowshoe Drive for the folks at home. That's what it looks like when there aren't, 500-600 motorcycles ready to race on it. It looks calm.
Yeah, it's funny to see the other side as well as the bikes are coming over, because at one point it's just like this cool, calm, grassy hillside, and then the next thing you know, there's a couple hundred bikes barreling down at you.
Cool stuff. Josh Toth leading it. Will Josh Toth come in and change out a tire? Wheel, we'll have to wait and see. It sounds like the team is prepared to do so if need be, but that might be on Josh Toth to make the decision whether or not he wants to do that or continue to stay out in front of the boss man, 514, Stu Baylor, who sits in that number 2 position. And the rest is yet to be sorted out. We got a lot to sort out. We've got championship points to sort out as well. Johnny Gallagher's got a headset to sort out over there. You got it dialed, dude.
I'm more twisted up than the race results right now. This headset is... yeah, man, that was tough. It's still doing it, man. All right, sorry, guys, I'm struggling here. Snowshoe, you've been great, but I'm ready to get off this mountain. Josh Toth leading the way. Drama potentially going to unfold, Mikey, as you pointed out. They've got a rear wheel ready. Don't really know if they're going to leave it up to him or kind of force the hand. We'll know if there's about 6 Red Bear guys standing out in the middle of the track and kind of, ushering him in. They really want him to change that wheel. When we say wheel, folks, if you're just tuning in, no issues with the wheel itself. Right. It is the rubber part, the component of that wheel that is the tire. The bib looks fine. Everything looks good there. It's just the knobs have worn completely off. Not the first time we've seen this on Snowshoe Mountain, but will he be able to limp it to the finish line? Still running a good pace right now, not giving really any time up from one shot to the next here on Racer TV. But he did point at the rear tire to the crew, letting them know, hey, and again, that could be Josh Toth just saying, hey, if this thing gets worse, we need to have one ready. You don't want to kind of surprise the crew and come in. They don't have the tools ready. They don't have the tire ready. And it turns what could be I'm speaking a little bit abstractly here because I don't know the exact world record time for rear wheel swap, but I know I've seen it done in well under a minute. I don't know if it's realistic to do it in 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 45, 50, somewhere in there. Definitely can be done in under a minute. I've seen it before. We've seen it before here on Racer TV. But that would still drop him back. As you look, 2:07:02 is the elapsed time. That would drop him back outside the top 3, all the way back to the number 4 spot in the overall with that wheel change, unless he's able to build up a larger gap, because it is 02 to 51. It's 49 seconds from first place overall, Josh Toth, back to Ben Kelly in the number 4 spot. So if they can change it 49 seconds or quicker, he may still be able to keep himself in a top 4 position, but he's really going to have to put a charge on that last lap if he wants to get back to the top of our leaderboard.
Well, you talk about this too, Johnny, being a pro racer yourself. When you have those situations, there is Toth on screen.
Yeah, he does not look like he's struggling. Oh,
no. Well, maybe.
But that was an inside line there. He was trying to kind of find grip where it didn't exist. The fast line is that outside. There's 2-3 lap riders there, but look at this. Stu Baylor's charging. He is chipping away at it, and that is full press mode for Stu Baylor. And you can see also a little better forward drive by my eyes. What do you guys think there?
Your guess is, I'm going to go with you on this one. Yes, Johnny, correct.
Well, and you can see the shadows are playing tricks as well. You've got the rocks laying on there, but then there's shadows, and I think it caught Josh off guard because he's very centered on the bike a lot of times and got a big huckabuck, as they used to say.
Nope, thought that might have been Jordan Ashburn making moves, but it does now looks like the push that Stu Baylor's putting in, trying to run down your overall leader, Josh Toth, has now drawn him away from Ben Kelly. Again, we did switch camera shots there for a moment. Don't think we missed Ben Kelly. Ben was the rider on the charge at the 6-mile marker, and that looks to be him to me. It is the big 5.30 of Ben Kelly. Now is not really anywhere near Stu Baylor. He has given up a good bit of time and sits in that number 3 spot. Overall, how much of a gap does he have over Jordan Ashburn? 234.40, leaving that camera shot. And look at this. Here comes Ashburn. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's got Ashburn covered right now as they run on the track. So flip-flop Ben Kelly and Jordan Ashburn as they run there at the 10-mile marker. Toth now side to side, man. Not a good sign. Here comes tail of the tape, a moment of truth. Josh Toth coming into the pro pits. If you're up there, get over to that Red Bear Rocky Mountain ATVMC semi. You may get to see one of the world's fastest wheel changes as the crew tries to get Josh Toth back out on track. Or is he going to bypass it?
I say bypass. If you're Josh Toth, go for the glory, man. Like you said.
Oh, no, look at this. Stu Baylor charging. He's now almost to the rear wheel of Toth.
Go send it, Josh. Let's see a mano-a-mano battle between Josh Toth and Stu Baylor, the boss man.
Yeah, you got to wonder, you think Toth clearly not able to push at 100%, but can he risk sacrificing the amount of time it's going to take for that tire swap?
Okay, here we go, folks. One more right turn. The Red Bear Rocky Mountain ATVMC semi on the right. Will Josh Toth pull in? They have the stand out. They're waving him in. They're holding the wheel up. And no, he's going by. He's going for it. Going for the win. Not just the XC2 win, but he is going for the overall win here for today, folks. Now, keep in mind, folks, 2 minutes, 57 seconds last lap was the gap over Cody Barnes. So unless he really, really loses pace this lap, he pretty well has that XC2 win in hand. At this point, you throw caution to the wind, you send it for the kids, you put the stamp on it, and you just send it on its way, go for the win. And Josh Toth throwing caution to the wind, saying, not the season I wanted, but I've got a chance to win Snowshoe, baby, and I'm going for it.
It's the glory, right? I mean, this is our tribute to the Blackwater 100, Josh Toth. Yeah, go for it. I got cold chills. But
did you see how timid he was right there, though?
Yes.
Stu Baylor, once he has him in his sight, Stu Baylor is going to gobble him up and just try to put time on Josh Toth. He's got to put only 8 to 10 seconds on him if he's able to catch him and get around him. He's not there yet, but he has chipped away at it the last couple miles. Stu Baylor, he's kind of the Adam McGill of Saturdays here and of Sundays here, and he is now charging all heart, end of the races. Stu Baylor leaves nothing on the table, but Josh Toth still in position to grab the win here today. Man, that's a bigger gap than we thought it was. OPAG came over you couldn't hear him, but he said, hey guys, I think there may have been a little mix up there. Those camera shots are not as close together as you think. So Toth does still have a sizable distance over his teammate, Stu Baylor. But he just doesn't seem to have the same drive that he did a lap or two ago, with that tire kind of starting to really lose grip, especially under acceleration. Once he gets up to speed, he's able to maintain it. But when he has to come to a stop or really kind of slow down in those corners and accelerate, he just does not have the bite that his teammate behind him does, and it's slowing his progress just a little bit, not slowing him down at all on these ski slopes, though. The little 250 that could, just ringing it out, trying to gain elevation, trying to gain speed, and trying to get ever so closer to a white flag waving in the hands of Ricky Towery. Guys, I don't think we could ask for any more drama, any more excitement here on this last lap of racing. Well, soon to be last lap of racing.
Yes. It's just awesome watching Josh Toth do this. He's a dude of style, loves doing things his own way, and very cool. Just assuming the team said, hey, your call, you got to think so anyways, and him having the kind of wherewithal. Jackson just gave us the thumbs up, so yeah, they did give him the option. It wasn't a, hey, you got to come in and change this.
And look at the line that he's taking right there, going way to those outsides, having to use those berms, not able to carve on those off cameras quite like he was earlier today.
Here's what I saw last lap. It looked like Stu Baylor was really able to charge kind of on that west side of the mountain. Here it's a little drier, that tire hooking up pretty well for Toth. But on the other side of the mountain where it's a little slicker, a little more standing water and mud, that looked like where Stu Baylor was able to make up the ground. Now Josh Toth looking like he's actually stretching it back out as they get closer to the top. So it really is going to be the tail of the tape, the battle back and forth of the stopwatch. Folks, keep in mind, Stu Baylor needs to not only get to the rear wheel of Toth, needs to get around him, and needs to get a gap of about, did we find out exactly what?
We did early on, and it was in the 7 to 8 second range.
Yesterday, I know it was 7.5 seconds, I believe, so 7, 8 seconds. So if Toth is able to cling to the rear wheel of Stu Baylor, even if he does get around him and catch him, he would still be the winner here today overall. and claiming, look at that, oh, whoa, wide line, almost running up to the deck there of Tukes and Appalachian Grill. Nice little spot to grab yourself some grub here on Snowshoe Mountain. Shout out. You guys want to give me a little food credit there for sending some people your way? Great food there. And those people out on the deck enjoying some food, some beverages, and watching the racing action. They just saw the leader, Josh Toth, come by, and now we'll wait and watch back to see the gap as they check in. Stu Baylor has now checked in 2:38:47. I'm getting so excited I can't even read the numbers. 2 hours, 38 minutes, 47 seconds for Josh Toth. 2 hours, 39 minutes, 11 seconds. So 13 plus 11, 24 seconds is the gap as they run right now. That includes the time correction. So Stu Baylor needs to be 25 seconds or more faster than Josh Toth on this final lap of racing to wrestle away the win. We'll wait, we'll watch, we'll see what the gap is back to Ben Kelly and Jordan Kelly now has checked in, 5 laps complete, 2:40.05. So he is 54 seconds behind Stu Baylor. Again, just a few miles ago was on his rear wheel, so something happening there. Stu Baylor putting on a charge, or Ben Kelly experiencing some difficulties. Looks like Baylor there, solid in the number 2 spot now as we rush ahead here to the 1 mile marker. Guys, let's keep an eye out for this man right here.
Looks good. It looks good. Pushing it, knows what's at stake at this point. You got to be thinking, if you're Josh Toth, man, he made the kind of the gamble to bypass those pits. It was the safe bet to stop in and bring it home, but I like it. I like the call by Toth to go for it.
Yeah, Josh is very much the bet on himself kind of guy, as is that guy right there, 100%. Stu Baylor. And so, and that's kind of the theme of that Rocky Mountain Red Bear team. Rachel Archer, I would put in that category as well. Their whole crew under the tent, they've just kind of got this little swagger to them, and I think Toth, maybe not the most outspoken person, quite like the guy in second place, but he does have that quiet confidence where he knows he's more than capable on a motorcycle. We've seen these two go back and forth on social media as well. There you see our lap times there for Toth and Baylor. So Toth just a little bit faster on that last lap. And this is the elapsed time, excuse me. Yeah, so the total elapsed time just shows you the split there between Toth and Baylor. Stu charging hard still.
And there is your start row gap. So row 1 to row 2, 8 seconds. Row 2 to row 3, 7 seconds. So what we would be looking at for those two would be between that row 1 and row 2.
There you go, battle for the lead.
So you can just take 8 seconds there from that gap. Ben Kelly on the charge once again. Little glance back over the shoulder.
Actually, unless I'm looking at that wrong, you wouldn't take 8 seconds from that gap. The gap would be what the elapsed time is. Nope. So the gap on screen, that is already time corrected. So little confusion there, guys. This is a one-off race for us. We only do this once a year. Obviously, normally it's just a pretty straightforward 1 minute, and we only have to worry about XC1 versus XC2. Today, it's every single row has a gap between it. So the elapsed time already takes into account the time difference on the differential on the start. So the elapsed time is their actual race position and time. So right now the gap would be, as we pointed out, 24 seconds is what 24.6 seconds to be very exact is what Josh Toth is working with right now, and what Stu Baylor is trying to erase. There is Toth over the bridge, jumping off and heading down to Howard's Hole. We'll see him one last time through the hole. You'll actually get to see what the conditions are like down there today, whereas yesterday you saw a lot of spectators and a lot of chaos. I believe was that Ben Kelly that just went the other way there? Hard to see. Nope.
Possibly.
Okay.
There is Stu. 20 seconds is what we're being told the gap is. So
that would make it closer to 28.
Yep.
So Toth actually pulling back some time. But again, on the top of the mountain, this is where he's better.
Right. See how he's able to methodically course his way through Howard's Hole. Here we go. Mile marker number 3. Will Howard's Hole come into play?
You can see the Rocky Mountain Red Bear team there trying to help guide their riders.
Mikey, Zach, I'm not going to say anything about Josh Toth and Howard's Hole. We put a big jinx on him 2 years ago.
Yes.
Maybe 3 years ago now. I'm not doing it. Well, let's just say we'll see how he gets through here.
Sit back and go spectator mode and watch.
We can talk about it, but we're not going to say he just needs to get through here without a mistake.
Like that.
There he is. Feet off the pegs. That's okay. He's just trying to make progress. A lot of feet on the pegs there.
Man, I mean, that's just textbook riding right there.
Little doggy paddle.
Little help.
Right. Josh hangs on for this. We're going to see him at the starting line after summer break with like 2 maple leaves in the back of his helmet.
He's getting his new paint design.
Look at this, a different line. They're looking like they're going to show Stu Baylor. That's interesting. Same teammates, different line. A little hesitation there.
What would the strategy be behind that for you? I mean,
you'd have to ask them.
Maybe. And Stu is the kind of guy. To tell his guys, like, hey, I want this line, I like this line.
Yeah, could be, or even the fact that they know that Josh's tires deteriorated. You saw that deep mud that Stu went through.
Yeah.
Maybe, they were concerned about Toth being able to get enough grip to get up those couple banks. You see that low line, a lot of roots, a lot of doggy paddling, but really not as much deep mud down there.
Good point.
So maybe it looks like that. Maybe Garrett Ward there, and he went ahead and made the made the decision that was the best line for each rider individually.
So as we're talking on screen, for the folks back at home, if we could get our Racer TV camera to zoom back out, we'll kind of show you what we're talking about here as our next group of riders go. So the line selection, let's see, is this Ben Kelly right here? It is. So Kelly taking this line over here, which is where we saw Josh Toth go. The line showing to Stu Baylor is way over here, the entire different direction. But like Johnny was talking about, some things going on a little further ahead as well that could ultimately decide why they chose to send those riders in 2 different lines, the different status of the tires as well.
Guys, if we can give a quick update here, it looks like we now have 9 riders checked in. Ricky Russell missing from our running order. He has dropped now back to at least the 10th place position. So it's Josh Toth, Stu Baylor, Ben Kelly, Jordan Ashburn, Cody Barnes, Grant Baylor back up to the number 6 spot. Josh Strang, Brody Johnson, Craig DeLong, Ricky Russell. Whoa. Grant Davis, 11th place. Ooh. He has lost more positions, and with Ben Kelly in the number 3 spot, that would actually be, now we're talking more points because Ben Kelly in those bonus points. So 30 for first, 25 for second, 21 for third. And with Grant Davis all the way back in that 11th place spot and still not checked in with 5 laps complete. Guys, this is getting interesting. We could see Ben Kelly potentially gaining as much as 10 points, which would put him 6 points back ahead of Grant Davis as they run. We'll update that when Grant Davis does check in, but it looked like he was on a charge. That charge may have now, he has checked in 12th. He dropped another position. So now that would be, yeah, let's do some math. I don't know. You guys take over. I was up real late last night. So that would be 11 points for Grant. 11 points. Sorry. Jeez, man. Do some math, Johnny.
Johnny, you act like it's hot out here.
9 points for Grant Davis, 21 for Ben Kelly as they run. So that would be a big shift. 12 points to the good for Ben Kelly, meaning he would carry an 8-point lead as they run into our summer break with a little cushion for those final 4 rounds of racing. That could be a very, very costly blow to Grant Davis's championship hopes here in 2025. Speaking of costly blows,
he has had enough. Howard's Hole claims another.
He's helped a lot of guys through there. He's just tuckered out.
That's a long day of mud fleeing.
He's going to jump into that cooler, grab himself a water, maybe a Powerade, and he will be back and ready to go.
Some electrolytes, bro.
Kept the shades on, though.
He did.
This is bright down here.
Heck yeah. I believe that was a shitey cooler he had.
Yep.
That's what those are called.
It's Swedish, I think.
Yes.
We have so much tap dancing to do on Racer TV.
There's quite a bit, yes. We don't always do well with it, but hey,
we do what we can.
All right, now Gus Reardon checked in. Whoa, look at this. 6 seconds behind Grant Davis. Brody Johnson now jumps up to the number 2 spot in the XC2 class, so shout out to him, in position to potentially grab a
Barnes in between. So Toth out front, Barnes and then Johnson.
My bad.
But still podium position.
So, but look at this. We're talking about Josh Toth, the man on screen, the tire deteriorating. Can he hang on to the 2-minute and 50-second lead that he had at the completion of lap number 4? Well, he did a little better. He extended the lead in XC2 to 4 minutes and 52 seconds over Cody Barnes. So Josh Toth on the ride that dreams are made of, not only winning the XC2 class, which would be his first win of 2025, he is also leading the overall with a gap of 20-some-odd seconds over Stu Baylor. Man, this one really, we're not going to know until they cross the finish line.
Well, and that's something that Josh just talked about as well, as we see that back in step out right there. He's basically said, I've had to change my mindset. Look, if you want to win XC2, now you've got to win the overall. That's just the way things have gone this season, and he stepped up to the plate big time here at Snowshoe.
Guys, I'm going to step out, not so much on a limb, but on observation and say, the challenging part of the course for Josh Toth now coming up. This is where Stu Baylor was able to make up some ground last between the 6 and the 10. Is where Stu Baylor did his damage on lap number 5. If Josh Toth can stay ahead of Stu Baylor or even stay on the rear wheel of Stu Baylor, if he's in the same camera shot or ahead of Stu Baylor at the 10-mile marker in about another 4 miles here, he's got this one in the bag. 5 miles, I guess. We see him again at the 6 at the bottom of that next descent, and that was where Stu Baylor really poured the coal to it, started making up ground, but Toth is just really on rails right now. There is Ben Kelly, a full mile behind in the number 3 spot overall. There is Baylor.
It's crazy to think of how spread out these guys are, and yet because of the way we start here at Snowshoe, it's very close race nonetheless.
Full charge from Stu Baylor.
Charge.
That's caution to the wind, not worried about trying to win XC1, trying to track down his teammate, and the rider that is leading the overall, Josh Toth, 20-some seconds ahead of him, plus about an 8-second time correction. So again, pushing almost near that 30-second mark for the gap that Josh Toth has, but Stu Baylor on a charge and trying to chip away at it.
You can see some lap riders getting into the mix as well as we flash back to Jordan Ashburn there. Another solid run from Ashburn, and kind of just been out of touch from that top 3 now. What's the gap back between Kelly and Ashburn for that final overall podium
So
spot?
25 seconds is what it was at the finish line, and they did not start on the same row. That was their differential. 10 seconds is what it is on actual clock with the elapsed time. So he needs to make up about 10 seconds to wrestle that final podium position away. Ben Kelly, to him, you know, a podium, maybe not what he came here for today, but bonus points he surely did, and the top 3 pay more bonus points. 4th place does still pay a few bonus points. Top 4 positions do pay bonus points. After that, it's a 1-point drop with each position down, but it's 5 points from 1st to 2nd, 4 points from 2nd to 3rd, and then 2 points from 3rd to 4th. So there's where your bonus points come in, and Ben Kelly right now cashing in on those bonus points, but he's got to maintain his pace because Jordan Ashburn only 10 seconds behind him on corrected time, 25 seconds as they run on the racetrack. We'll wait and we'll watch for the number 3 of Ashburn on that Flat Rock Racing gas should be coming through the shot. I saw a pit board at the top there. I believe that was him coming, and to the live drone, back to the 5.
Looks like that might be Ashburn up there, yep.
How about a little love for our top amateur? Lane Whitmer has checked in the 16th place position overall, leading that 250A class. Man, a great ride here for Lane Whitmer. Ricky Russell still has not checked in with 5 laps complete, dropping back. Our early race leader, 17th, is what he has shown on our running order charts. Cole Whitmer, 2nd place in the overall amateur. That's pretty cool. Brothers on the overall podium together for the overall amateur. Looking at the elapsed time between the two, let's see if that's an actual battle. 2 hours 17. Well, we got to wait until he checks in because Cole Whitmer has not yet checked in with 5 laps complete. Lane Whitmer leading the way. A couple of boys out of the Waynesburg, Pennsylvania area. Stu Baylor on screen here at the 6-mile marker.
Man, Stu was charging down that hill, yeah.
Chug-a-lug.
Choo-choo.
It's the Stu-choo.
The Stu-choo. That's pretty good. I like it. I like it. Can Toth hang on? If he's got any rubber left on that tire when it's said and done, it's going to be on the
parking lot here at Snowshoe.
1,000%.
It's getting burned down on the podium.
Whatever is left of it.
Did we see the three-way burnout yesterday between Walker Fowler, Wyatt Wilkin, and Jay Shat? I mean, that was a whole lot of rubber flying and a whole lot of smoke. The crowd was loving it. Three-way burnout there over in the pro pits after that one was said and done. Pause. Still no more riders checked in. Well, that's interesting. Actually, now Cole Whitmer, Jonathan Johnson, and Joseph Cunningham, JoJo Cunningham has checked in. There is your third place on track, Ben Kelly. 2:55.05. 25 seconds was the gap he held over Jordan Ashburn at our last camera shot, or when they checked in at the scoring loop. Ashburn needed to make up about 15 seconds to put himself in position to, 10 seconds to put himself in position to wrestle away that final overall podium position and displace Ben Kelly, looking like so far has not made any inroads towards doing that, at least not based off what we're seeing on screen here.
All right, well, it's been a chaotic Snowshoe GNCC. Josh Toth is leading the way out of that XC12 class. This right here, he said, I'm putting it on me. I'm betting on me. All chips on the table, all in, wants a win. How much tire's going to be left? Will he get all the glory here on Snowshoe Mountain, trying to hold off his teammate, the 514 of Stu Baylor, who is charging a point stay at stake for Ben Kelly. And it all wraps up right after this. Blackwater 50-year reunion celebration is coming to Davis, West Virginia on Monday, June 23rd. Here's your chance to line up on the iconic Main Street of Davis for an epic photo and video opportunity with the Blackwater film crew. Then after the lineup and photos are taken, we will meet at the Riverfront Park for food and drinks from our friends at Siriana's Cafe. Join us on Monday, June 23rd after the Snowshoe GNCC in Davis, West Virginia.
Unleash aggression, reliability, and premium quality with Kenda Tires. Delivering exceptional performance on all types of vehicles. Automotive, ATVs, UTVs, motorcycles, bicycles, trailers, lawn and garden, and even golf. Trust Kenda Tires to guide you on your next adventure. Kenda, designed for your journey.
Every generation believes they've invented the best way. With age comes wisdom. We've come to realize that every piece of knowledge is learned, passed down from those generous and patient enough to teach.
Take a look.
Legacy. It's not about leaving something behind to be remembered by. It's realizing that the future lies within the next generation.
Let's call it a night. All right.
The nature of true progress is humbly building something bigger than yourself. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. This is our legacy.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
On Track School is an online private school catering to some of the top athletes in the world. We offer a flexible schedule for students that are chasing their dreams and always on the go. We are an accredited K-12 school where students can graduate with a diploma. Scan the QR code or call us to book an appointment with one of our learning coaches to discuss your students' next steps.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Progressive GNCC Racing is brought to you by Progressive. Progressive could save you hundreds of dollars on your automobile and motorcycle insurance. Specialized E-Turbo bicycles. It's you, only faster. Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com. Get ready.
And welcome back to GNCC Live here on RacerTV.com. A shot of the man right there, the hardest working man in all of GNCC, the Ricky Towery.
The man with the plan and with the checkered flag has the power to end this one, which we will see here in a matter of just a few minutes. Our men on the scene, Jackson Burrell and Zach Herron, headed over to get those podium interviews, to get those finish line interviews. Will it be Josh Toth that they are interviewing for grabbing the overall win here today? Will it be Stu Baylor? Will Ben Kelly pull out some magic? Will Jordan Ashburn make it his second win here atop Snowshoe Mountain? All those guys within about a minute and 20 seconds when you start correcting the time. I know that seems like a lot of time, folks, but this is a very dynamic and difficult race course, and we've seen some big changes and big gaps. We saw Josh Toth and Stu Baylor big time made up on lap number 3. Those guys coming in with absolute burner lap times, going from near the tail end of the top 10 or well outside the top 5 to the number 1 and 2 positions where they've remained since then.
Yeah, it's been a crazy, crazy race. Snowshoe is always unique. And it's our last race before summer break. Everybody wants that momentum, but I think maybe more than that, everybody just, this is one we really, we talk about every round we go to as announcers of, hey, who's won here in the past? This is one that even our fans really seem to keep track of, even more so than Ironman. Ironman, a lot of times championships are wrapped up. You got guys that may not race. Injuries come into play. Snowshoe's the one where there's a lot of bragging rights behind winning this race.
Yeah, and when you talk about championships, we don't give those number 1 plates away until the season is over. But the 2 riders battling for the win here today, not as much, at least currently, in the overall championship. If you look at Stu Baylor with 114 points, he is 63 points behind Grant Davis. So 2 races plus 3 points behind. And you got to go all the way down to the number 10 spot with 76 points, so 101 points behind. With 76-point tally so far is Josh Toth behind his classmate, Grant Davis, your current overall points leader. So we're given an update.
Sounds like Stu Baylor has gotten around Josh Toth.
And this is what we talked about.
On the rear wheel, Johnny.
Yep. And that's what we talked about. 10-mile marker. It is my belief, I have nothing to back this up, that if Josh Toth is still on the rear wheel, of Stu Baylor when they get here to the 10-mile marker. He may have enough to get this one in hand because he has proven to be faster near the top of the mountain. But the section from the 6 to the 10 is where Stu Baylor made his money last lap. He made up a big chunk of time on his teammate Josh Toth. He sounds like he's done that again and actually physically made the pass. Now, if he can stretch it out even just a few seconds over Josh Toth, it puts Toth in a position where he's really got to push. We know that rear tire deteriorating, not the forward drive and grip that he needs to push the pace. Easy for him to slide out in a corner, make a mistake, and let Stu Baylor march away with the win here. When I say let, Stu Baylor fighting for this one. Both of these guys fighting tooth and nail. But I think if they're wheel to wheel here at the 10, I think Toth is in the driver's seat. If Stu Baylor has been able to even make it around this left-hand corner that you're seeing on screen, here is Baylor. If he's around this corner and gone, no, Toth is still there. He is close enough right now, and he knows he just needs to be within 8 seconds of the man in front of him. Oh, a little mistake there from Toth, and each one of those little bobbles could be the difference at this point. That is what this race, over 3 hours, 3 hours, 5 minutes already, and they still have at least 5-6 minutes of racing left.
Hey.
This one isn't over, folks.
We're in bonus racing at this point. We are over that 3-hour mark. So, folks at home, you got free racing on TV. Well, it's all free, but you got that bonus extra free racing. And how about this? We will not know until second place physically on the track checks in who is going to win this one according to timing and scoring. So, Stu Baylor, your physical leader out in front. Josh Toth in the number 2 spot. But we know the gap, I believe, from row 1 to row 2 was right at that 8-second mark, give or take. So we'll call it 8 seconds is what the gap is between Toth to Baylor. So Toth, again, if he's on that rear wheel, he's got the overall win. Can he hang on and make it happen? Where is Ben Kelly? These guys have put a gap between themselves and the 5-3-0 of Ben Kelly and Jordan Ashburn back there in that 4 spot.
That is developing into its own battle, Mikey, over that final podium position. Jordan Ashburn had about 10 seconds that he needed to make up. Here is the battle on screen. Stu Baylor just ahead, and behind him there, you see the bike fishtailing everywhere. Josh Toth getting everything out of that machine. You can see the back end kicking out, looking like he made up a little ground there. You can see him hopping, skipping, jumping, getting everything out of it. Right now, Josh Toth has it. He's close enough, but lapped riders in the way, and this is a pretty challenging little uphill climb here when they come out onto the tarmac up on top of the pro pits here. Will he be close enough from there? If he is still on the rear wheel within a few seconds, it looks like there is Toth. Don't know just how far ahead Baylor is there. Did he get up that hill quick enough to gain time? No, he got around.
Wait, did he get around
Josh
him?
Toth got back around Stu Baylor. Look at that. He fights back. No knobs on the rear tire. He's taken back over the lead, but now here comes Baylor charging back. Needs to get around Toth and put 8 seconds on him. Toth, you know he's absolutely revving that machine.
Look at the charge by Stu Baylor. These guys going mano a mano right here. Holy smokes. Folks, hey, belly up near the finish line. This one is going to be a barn burner down to the wire. The pit's going to lose their minds for the teammates as they buzz past the Kawasaki pits. Look at them waving the flags. Stu knows he's got to get around them.
This is a precarious position if you're Stu Baylor, though. You don't want to take your teammate down trying to make the pass. You guys are running one, too. But, man, Stu Baylor, if you've got a chance to win Snowshoe, you apologize afterwards and say, hey, man, you still got up and got second. We got a good lead over Ben Kelly. Baylor trying to run it around the outside. And look at that. Josh Toth shuts the door. I think he's got it. I really do. Toth giving way.
Baylor back around out in front, but again,
Toth, bad line
mistake.
for Toth, too.
Mistake by Toth. So Toth right now just needs to stay on that rear wheel of Baylor. And maybe Toth, that was some strategy there was, hey, I got a chance. I'm going to get back in front of Stu, and I don't have to beat him outright, but if I can just stall him a little bit, play some defensive riding, and now if you're Baylor, run away and hide.
If you're Baylor, you're leaving nothing to chance. At this point, you wash the front, you crash. Heck with it. You're going for the win. If you're Josh Toth, same thing. Look at that. Stu Baylor, so much more grip. That is the gap right there. Probably 2 to 3 seconds. Stu Baylor needs to stretch it out to 8 seconds plus to grab the win. Folks, we're talking fractions of a second. We're literally talking inches and feet at this point.
So just keep an eye on Toth around those corners. Doing fine. Stu Baylor still out in front. trying to stretch
1002, 1003, 1004-ish. Man, he's halfway there, and he just made the pass about 2 turns ago. But Josh Toth slamming off the berm, putting those moto skills to use. This is it, folks, the final section of racetrack. Josh Toth can see his teammate ahead of him. He knows he needs to be within 8 seconds when they cross the finish line. Stu Baylor not going to take a look over his shoulder until he gets to the final chicanes. He's squeezing every possible fraction of a millisecond out of that big 450. He's got a little more power on these uphills. He's trying to run away. Josh Toth a little bit lighter than Stu, even though he does have a little less horsepower, looking like he's able to right now match Stu Baylor's pace.
Those guys absolutely ripping. The only thing we know for certain right now, knock on wood, it's going to be a green bike out in front and in the 2 spot. And if you're staying on the Snowshoe Mountain tonight, I think there's going to be a party in store for you folks. And the Kawasaki
we know one more thing. I'm going to break my index finger hitting refresh, refresh, refresh when they come across the line. Stu Baylor will check in first. He will show as having won the race until Josh Toth checks in. Will he be close enough? 8 seconds. Can he do it? It's about 4 seconds now. This is it, the final corner. Stu Baylor absolutely charging. Dust flying. You can see him tucked down. I think Toth's got it. I think Toth's got it.
Stu going to check in right here for the checkered flag. There is Josh Toth in the number 2 spot. Johnny Gallagher hitting refresh, refresh, refresh.
I'm going to break this laptop.
And Stu knows it.
Stu's checked in. Josh Toth gets the overall win with an elapsed time of 3:10.04, edging out Stu Baylor by less than 3 seconds. 2.7 seconds is the margin of victory for Josh Toth. Josh Toth is your overall winner. He's celebrating. He's dry heaving. He is exhausted. Stu Baylor out of gas. Physically, they both left everything out on the racetrack, and Stu Baylor maybe not looking super pumped on that, but a 1-2 for the Red Bear Rocky Mountain ATV MC team. They both left it all out there. You can see Josh Toth absolutely depleted. Both of these guys, warriors out there, ran it right down to the finish line, and a huge celebration coming tonight out of that Red Bear Rocky Mountain ATV MC team. Josh Toth, his second ever overall GNCC win, both of them coming from the XC2 class. He is done, folks, but he is the king of the mountain.
I could say this, Johnny. Stu Baylor knows how to pick him. he knows how to pick a guy that can race, and boy, Josh Toth putting that on display here. Johnny, we don't see body language like this out of a rider outside of Palatka, Florida, round number 2, where we're not as acclimated to the heat yet. And then maybe we saw it earlier this year in Camp Coker. Snowshoe, Toth, letting it all hang out, as is this man right here. Is this Ben Kelly?
Ben Kelly on screen,
number 3 spot.
looking to try to wrestle away or hold on to that final podium position. He knows there's bonus points. He knows Grant Davis all the way back in the number 12 spot with just a lap ago. If Grant Davis was not able to make up any spots, Ben Kelly looking to not only retake the points lead, but potentially have as much as an 8-point gap going into the summer break. Kelly tucked down around the outside, trying to find some grip, and he is charging through the final corners, knowing every second counts. You can see him squaring it up, body language across the line. Ben Kelly crosses the line in third. He has to be 10 seconds ahead of Jordan Ashburn, who started a row behind him. Looks like he got it. Refresh, refresh, refresh.
Ben Kelly, the goggles off as well. Is Auntie there?
This ride may loom so large at the end of the season.
Enormous.
This could be the one that got it done for Ben Kelly if he's able to wrestle away not only the points lead, which he clearly now will for the day, unless Grant Davis can really make up about 7 spots in the next couple miles of racing. Ben Kelly will be the points leader leaving, but the points that he's gaining could be the difference in the championship at the end of the season when we throw a checkered flag at Ironman. This could be the ride. The podium position for Ben Kelly could be the one that puts him atop the standings at the end of 2025. Here comes Jordan Ashburn. Yes.
Yep.
That means that Ben Kelly definitely has enough. He will be your 3rd place overall today with an elapsed time of 3 minutes 12 seconds for exactly 2 minutes to the second behind your race winner, Josh Toth. A couple of New England boys getting it done in some tough conditions. 1 and 3 with Stu Baylor splitting the difference. Here comes Jordan Ashburn, a great ride for him. Former winner on the mountain is going to bring home the 4th place overall position. Maybe not happy not being on the podium, but a phenomenal ride here for Jordan Ashburn. Fought tooth and nail all the way to the end in this one.
Yeah, that will put him on the XC1 podium with a 3rd in the class, but yes, a 4th on the OA for Ashburn.
There you have it. So actually 1 minute and 2 seconds behind, even after corrected time. So Ben Kelly really pouring the coal to it on that final lap of racing, able to secure himself that final overall podium position. There you have it, folks. Your top 4 checked in. Josh Toth taking the win. You can see, Jordan, all these guys gassed, man. They left everything out there.
Insane.
Warm day on the mountain, Mikey.
It's been very hot for those at home. I know you're used to seeing Snowshoe rainy, maybe 60s, maybe 70s. It's been pretty hot here all weekend long. Not something we're used to. It's already a tough enough race, and you add the element of the heat. And Johnny, we're up on top of the mountain. From what everybody says, hey, down in the woods, that air is not moving quite like it is up here on the top. It is like racing through a sauna through those woods sections. Jordan Ashburn, a man winded right there. His wife Mary down there with some water cooling him down.
See the team manager Tanner Tremaine there, obviously happy with his rider's performance, pushing it all the way to the finish. We see our announcer for the day, Jason Tino. He's over there talking to Jordan Ashburn, his teammate. Those two do make up that Flat Rock Racing Gas team. Tino not been able to compete in the last several rounds, as he told us earlier today on Racer TV, but he's there to support his teammate Jordan Ashburn. And Jordan Ashburn saying, I gave it everything I had, guys. I didn't have it in the end. Ben Kelly was able to edge him out.
So we'll stand by. We will get interviews with our top riders here from today. I think getting those set up now. We'll get a word in with Josh Toth taking an overall win today. And, boy, Stu, the topic of conversation of this race, win eluding him. And, Johnny, I don't know that he's ever been as close as he was today to making that happen.
Yeah, I mean, it was so close. I mean, 2 point, what did we say it was? 2.5 seconds was the margin of victory for Josh Toth.
Goodness.
Stu Baylor, you can't hang your head about that one. I mean, he charged. He made up the time in the section of the racetrack where he knew he was good. Something transpiring in that little hill climb coming into the pro pits where Baylor had the lead, had a couple second gap on Josh Toth. Next thing we know, they go into the trees. The drone can't see down in there. We see some carnage, and then we see Toth pop out first. Mikey, that may have been the difference. It was less than 2 minutes from the finish line. That may have been the tail of the tape.
The tire as well. I mean, the team was ready, and they were prepared, and kudos to them for that. And, okay, sounds good. We just got a report. You think these guys are exhausted? Well, Stu Baylor and Josh Toth heading to SOS at Safety on Site. They're going to go over there to see Dr. Tanner, maybe get an IV. Hopefully, we're able to get a word in with them. They're able to make their way back down. So I believe we're going to throw it to an interview here. We're getting one set up with our third place finisher, Ben Kelly, in just a moment.
Well, folks, I don't know if Ben Kelly knows it yet, but this ride, a hero's ride for him today in the number 3 spot, looking like it will be enough. Again, Grant Davis has not checked in, but at the completion of lap number 5, he was all the way back in the 12th place spot. We'll find out that here in just a minute. Ben Kelly can tell us in his own words. Sounds like he is standing by with our man, Zach Heron.
Hey guys, thanks. Yeah, down here with Ben Kelly, 3rd overall out of your XC1 Pro class on the overall, man. Take us through just what it takes to survive this race. We just saw Josh Toth and Stu Baylor almost collapsed onto one another, man. You were sitting there dumping water all over yourself. Take us through a brutal snowshoe.
Yeah, that was gnarly. I don't know. I mean, I guess that was the hardest one I've ever done or something. I don't know. The deal is hot today, sneakily hot. And, man, on lap 4, I was suffering already, like cramping up so bad. And like my face, my forearms, my back, my legs, literally everything. I could not hold my head up and couldn't use the clutch. I messed up, like I said, that first lap. Had to charge through the pack, and yeah, I just gassed. Good today, but Josh passed me and walked away and kept catching Stu, yo-yoing with him, but I just wasn't strong enough today. I was struggling, and man, I'm just pumped to get to the finish with a podium. That was brutal. I could barely keep it on the track.
Well, hey, you may feel just short of the win, but a huge points day. Grant Davis not having the results that he needs. You retake the overall points lead. Now, talk about how important it is to carry that positive momentum going into these summer months.
Yeah, it feels awesome. You know, I didn't get that win like I wanted, but like I said, I was suffering out there, so to pull off a 3rd and get some good points and get the points lead is good. And days like this where you're struggling so hard, but you keep fighting. those are the days you need to win the championship and stay consistent. So, yeah, keep my head down and keep working.
Hey, Ben Kelly put in work here, got the job done, 3rd overall.
Mikey, you and I have called a lot of racing action. Ben Kelly's been a part of a lot of that. I've never seen Ben Kelly that depleted after a race. That man is a machine.
Yes.
He is one of the most fit riders on the racetrack. Look at this, Brody Johnson checking in. This may be for the final podium position in that XC2 class. Refresh, 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 and Brody Johnson checks in. I thought that was him. It's not showing yet. Yes, he has checked in and will be your 3rd place in that XC2 class. Cody Barnes already crossed the line in the number 2 spot. Back 7 minutes and 31 seconds.
Holy
Josh
smokes.
Toth absolutely shredding on that last lap of racing.
And I believe we're trying to hone in on Grant Davis. Keep an eye on the guy in that points lead, trying to find him perhaps to see when he checks in, or has he, Johnny?
He has not, but we do know the best he could do at this point would be 9th place overall, and with Ben Kelly in 3rd, he's going to give up that points lead. That is a foregone conclusion. How many points can he scrape back? He was in 12th last lap. 8 riders have checked in. He could potentially work his way around Wachowski, DeFeo, and DeLong, putting him up to 9th. But right now, we're going to have to wait and watch and see if these riders checking in are riders in the overall top 10. Looks like it is still.
Oh, here he is checking in now. Grant Davis. See where does that put him?
DeLong checks in. DeFeo checked in. Oh, man. So that's going to put Davis at least in the 11th place spot overall. He is not a happy rider.
Not happy.
Not interested in stopping. Has nothing to say at this point. Finishing out looks like 5th place in that XC2 class. And he is headed back to the semi. Not a happy guy. There is his mechanic. They're going to have a little chat there. He wanted to get away from the crowd, obviously knowing that not only did he give up the points lead, he is now at, it looks like, potentially a 7-point deficit. We'll have to wait a few seconds to see if Mike Wachowski does check in. Wachowski checks in behind Grant Davis by 13 seconds. So Grant Davis making up 1 spot on that final lap of racing, just like we talked about with Ben Kelly. The effort you put in, that 1 point,
that's right,
could be huge at the end of the season, but it will be a 7-point gap, if my math is correct, that Ben Kelly will have as we head into round number 10 when we come back to racing in September, late August.
I believe actually, yeah, September. Yeah. I believe we're getting an interview set up now with our 3rd in the XC1, 4th overall, Jordan Ashburn, and looks like Jackson Burrell standing by with the man.
Yeah, I'm here with Jordan Ashburn. Jordan, 4th overall, 3rd place in the XC1 class, a hot one here at Snowshoe. Take us through your race from your point of view.
Yeah, 3rd weekend, so I had a lot of ground to make up off the start, and we did early in the race and got up front, and man, just charged hard all day and just really started feeling it there at the end, and just tanked, really. I mean, I gave it all I had. It was a really hot one, and that other side of the track over there was just brutal. I mean, and then the speeds everywhere else. I mean, you're just on edge all day, so it was really tough race.
Okay, XC1 podium here today. How you feel headed into this summer break? What's your plans, Jordan?
Good. Yeah, we made some changes on the bike before this race, and I was really happy with it. So continue building, and be ready to be on the podium the rest of the year when we come back.
All right, there we have it, guys. Jordan Ashburn.
Well, hey, congratulations, Jordan Ashburn, and he's always just a glass half full kind of guy. Boy, Johnny, I don't think we're going to get interviews unless they happen to pop back down there with our 2 front runners.
Hang on, I think we've got somebody coming back down here.
Maybe. So stand by. We got a specialized race recap coming up in just a moment, but we can audible. We can throw it down there, certainly. There he is. So Stu Baylor is down there with Zach Herron. Take it away.
Man, the man of the people had to make sure he got the post-race interview in because, Stu, what an incredible race, man. Came down to the wire. The team made Josh Toth just edges you out for the win, but an incredible ride, man. It was Johnny and Mikey were going crazy in the booth. Just take us through it.
Yeah, that was man, that was everything I had. I right off the start, the XC2 kids were just riding absolutely wild. Blew the quick connect off my Camelback and had no water all day, so that was just brutal. I was just fully cramping. Like lap 2, I came through. Nobody's got water. Nobody's got my bottles, and then. Yeah, I was giving up a lot of time. I'm sure you guys saw it on live feed. I was supposed to have 3 people over here, and when you're the boss and you tell them to be there, you can expect it. And they weren't in Howard's Hole, so I gave up 20, 30 seconds every time on that side when I would make it back over here. But Yeah, just too little too late. Finally got Josh there at the end. It was everything I had, and made a mistake there at the top of the hill and tipped over, gave up the time that I needed. Ended up being able to make the pass and everything I had to the finish. But yeah, just that crash right there a mile from the finish, man. We talked about it prior to the race. I have led this race a mile from the finish, I think 6 times now. So I'm like almost as good as Caleb Russell with that 6'1", just a mile shy of it.
All right, well, Stu, try to make positive the light here. An incredible performance, and nonetheless a solid result on the day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's hard being the best-looking, toughest son of a bitch out here, but Josh edged me out today. But we're coming back next race. We're slowly and steadily getting better and better. You know, lined up today on a broken ankle, no ligaments in there, needing surgery, but that's not gonna slow me down, boys. I'm counting down the days from retirement. I got another year or 2 of this shit, so I'm pushing through it. Talked to Dr. Tanner. He made me wear that goofy ass boot, but it worked out this weekend.
There we go. Stu put in the fight here.
Well, Mikey, you never wonder what's on Stu Baylor's mind here when he crosses the finish line. The after-race podium or after-race interviews, and I'm sure he'll add some more there on the podium. So shout out to Stu, fighting through adversity. No question about his toughness. I got to tell you, though, maybe the only thing tougher than Stu Baylor is his crew. The way he just hammers them after races on live TV. But, hey, man, he's the team leader. Maybe that's the arrangement that they have, that he's going to call them out in front of thousands and exploit their missteps or whatever it may be. But Stu Baylor, second place, 2.5 seconds, a hero's ride on, as he said, a broken ankle. And it looks like we are told, OPAJ, our producer Adam Gordon, we saw Josh Toth really look to be in rough shape. Does not look like he was able to make it back. We may not be able to get an interview with him, but I think we do have a specialized race recap that we can tell you exactly how things came to be at the end with Josh Toth taking the win, but we'll see if we can see it here in just a moment, step by step.
Here we go, your specialized race recap as we pay tribute to the Blackwater 100 all those 50 years ago. And Kelly coming into this one just shy of the points lead as far as the overall is concerned. We know how it ends today, but this is how it started. 5 riders taking off somewhere in the range of a 10-second gap in between these rows, and this was a sprint from the drop of the flag through the checkered flag at the end.
We kind of forget here at the end, but Ricky Russell was the hero early on.
Yes, he was.
Charged from row number 3 all the way up to physically taking the overall lead in this one and starting to actually march away with it, and then things really started to develop. Pit stops came, things were shuffled, the running order changed, and the 2:06 of Josh Toth worked his way to the front with a blistering fast lap number 3. You can see jumping off the rock, carrying his speed through Howard's Hole. He was setting the pace that everyone else had to try to match. Then it was his teammate, Stu Baylor, who was potentially looking to take advantage of a potential stop for a tire change, but no, Josh Toth goes by and says, I'm going to try to win this thing. We did see Grant Davis on the side of the track there switching a shifter. That would really come into play at the end of the race. White flag waving. The gap was so close, and we knew Stu Baylor was going to be incredibly fast on the west side of the mountain. Here was another one. Different lines for the 2 riders through Howard's Hole. Stu Baylor, a little bit quicker high line, but really not needing any help from the Mud Fleas, and good thing because they were just tuckered out from the weekend.
They absolutely were. But boy, as the race wore on, the 206 machine with the proverbial feather in his cap, I think it was some leaves, but nonetheless, and this, Johnny, the battle between the 2 of them, teammates, Stu Baylor knew he needed to check out. Toth knew he needed to just stay with him. There's the pass by Baylor.
Three passes in the final few miles there between the 2, and they came across the line this close together. There's Stu taking the checkered. Here comes Josh Toth tucking it in. He had 8 seconds to get to the line, made it there in about 5.5. 2.5 seconds was the gap, and then these guys were all absolutely exhausted after this one.
And what's crazy is obviously Toth, he'll take the win today. He'll take the glory of winning Snowshoe GNCC, but Johnny, I think the big winner today, Ben Kelly.
I disagree.
You get down to it.
The big winner today was the fans.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's all right. I'll take that. There's your top 10. Josh Toth, Stu Baylor, Ben Kelly, 1, 2, and 3. Jordan Ashburn, 4th, and Grant Baylor kind of quietly having a great day, rounding out that top 5.
3 Red Bear Rocky Mountain ATVMC Kawasaki's in the top 5. A great day for that
solid
team.
Day. Barnes Strang, solid day for him. Brody Johnson, good day. T-Rex Nick DeFeo, there's another one on the Cowie team in that top 10. and Craig DeLong rounding out your top 10 for Snowshoe. Well, man, a million thoughts running through my head after that one, Johnny. Snowshoe never disappoints, but I'm going to hand it off to you first, man. What's big takeaway from today as we head into summer break?
That's how I felt about today, man. Fried from the weekend. What a weekend here on Snowshoe Mountain. Vibes were high. Great racing action yesterday, great racing action today, and my takeaway is, honestly, the fans win, but shout out to Josh Toth, man, getting it done, fighting. He's been kind of quiet through the last several rounds, but he made a big statement here today. Stu Baylor, hero's effort, and Ben Kelly, big points day for him, wrestling back away that overall championship points lead.
Stu Baylor hinted at, retirement is on his mind. He said maybe a year or two left.
I think he said year 2, 3, or 7.
2, 3. Or is that what he said?
No,
perhaps. But no, time catches up with all of us. He knows that as well as anybody. He wants one of these snowboards as an overall trophy. Will he get a chance in the next couple of years to be as close as he was today?
I mean, I think we'd have to go back and look at the record books, but I think today was the closest, at least on time. He said he's had it miles from the finish a number of times. I'm not saying that's not the case, but I think this one might have been the closest on time. We'd have to go back and look. But that just means if you've done it once, you can do it again.
Right.
No reason to think that Stu Baylor won't be very much in the mix for the win here when we come back. We did find out, for those of you at home, we will be back to Snowshoe in 2026.
That's true.
We've extended the contract here. Our man Tim Cotter letting us know that on the starting line. So exciting news there. We're going to bring you the action from the mountain next year. But, man, this one was a good one.
This was one for the history books. 50 years of racing GNCC, Blackwater 100. By the way, Davis, West Virginia tomorrow for those out here in the area. Or make the trip. I don't care where you're at. Make the trip. Hang out in Davis, West Virginia tomorrow for that one. But that is going to wrap things up as far as GNCC and off-road is concerned. We are in summer break officially now. But that's just for the GNCC racers. Racer TV, we don't really get a break, guys. We've got plenty of action coming up. And to highlight the races we have coming up, Bagger Racing League, South Haven, Michigan, the 28th and 29th. And then we head to the ranch. Loretta Lynn's Amateur Motocross Championship going to be taking place August 5th through the 9th. That'll be live daily. I'll be out there with the boys and the ladies, bringing you all the action. On behalf of Jackson Burrow, Zach Heron, Johnny Gallagher, our camera operators, Matt, Leah, Josh, Adam, John, Kirsten, and Mike, our drone pilot, Gabe Scholl, our moto filmer, Brian Risch, manager, Dan Reinhart, our official spotter, Mike Holbert, our second engineer, Jack Renner, our engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, our replay operator, Cam Cotter, our director, Don Hampton, producer, Adam Gordon, and our executive producer, Ms. Carrie Jo Russell. I'm Mikey Waynes, and you've been watching GNCC on RacerTV.com.